Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final open qualifier here in North America for the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. This is the absolute last chance to grab cash, points, and bragging rights before the big points major that will be held next month. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the line. We will only have 2 teams qualify. Let me just tell you, Gilmania, we started today's stream off with 35 absolute bona fide teams. Might be down already to 34 because it does look like we didn't get one of those teams to actually show up. Again, we're going to crown a champion in North America this weekend. I'm Verdict. Join me today, Gilmania, here for some action in Call of Duty Mobile. Brother, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling good. I'm interested to see what is going to be the outcome this time around because I feel like it has been a matter of these qualifiers where Survivors continues to be at the top, but On Dream continues to try to once again take them out. It was only possible once, so I'm intrigued to see if this weekend could be another shocker for them.
Yeah, it could be. Absolutely. I'm taking a look at the recap that I've had for Sybarites and that Undream roster for the back-to-back times throughout this open qualifier for the fall event. They have been 4-1 for the most part, so Sybarites have claimed their stake. The one big thing that I will say Undream do have over them is a couple weeks back we had the NA points major. Let me just tell you, they came through with an absolute fire of a 4-2 performance. And I remember the interview coming through for Legacy, and all I could think was, brother, I'm so jealous of Warden and the gang for being able to be with Legacy in that particular moment, because, man, I know it had to be an epic one. Am I right?
It absolutely is one of those situations where you just know, you know, with the history that they have, that it's going to be epic. And for now, well, I think we could also talk about who we would like to see as the first match for the day. Verdict, with On Dream making a presence for the first time today, going versus Ever. I was trying to see if I could find them in the leaderboard, but they seemingly are not to be found by me. I'm not too sure if they have played on any other of the qualifiers, but I was trying to figure that out actually.
Yeah, I was trying to do the same thing too, guys. If you have to apologize, we're not Bobby, but we have hijacked this channel, and we're also trying to figure things out as we fly along through here on this lovely Saturday afternoon here in North America. We've already crowned one champion of the East. That's right, OUG came through. We're trying to figure things out as we go here in North America too, to go along with it. We've mentioned the names of Civil Rights. We've mentioned the name of Undream. As a matter of fact, our first matchup was going to be that third place contender in the leaderboard, Kia Nation, who their opponent hasn't shown up. So we're kind of left in limbo at the moment, waiting to get into the matchup. It does look like, Undream and team have already started their matchup, so we might be at a little bit of a stall, which means we might punch it to a break here in a minute. But trying to figure out where you're at on the leaderboard. If it's not inside of that top five as of right now, I think your dreams of making it to Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is out the window. But I do still love the inspiration that these guys draw from coming in and day out, trying to improve and get those reps in, because that's massive, especially for teams like Undream and Zip Rights and Kai Nation, or Kia Nation rather. Did find out that that is the actual pronunciation of it. So Infinity, Brody, and Bobby and I were all kind of just butchering it with Kaya. But I think you guys are setting us straight, Gil.
Yeah. And I mean, like you mentioned, maybe by not being on the top five, teams are no longer contesting that ticket to the World Championship, but there's still another major qualifier. You know, there's still the opportunity for them to try to seek the top 16 of these leaderboards to fight once again for the 35,000. I mean, we saw that on Dream on the first set of qualifiers, on the summer qualifiers. They were always second, but then on the major they ended up going onto the first place. And well, I'm not saying that maybe any team can reach that top one contender spot, but by being on the top 16, they have yet again another chance to continue improving, continue fighting, and of course to seek one of those cash prizes as well.
Absolutely. You said it right there. That is it. It's all about the cash. It's all about the moolah at the end of the day. Most importantly, spot those points. Why? Because at the end of the points major, you're sure you'll get your payout. Sure, you'll get your points. Will you be in the top two? That's not a guaranteed thing. In Europe, we already seen a kind of a shift of power. Not to play on words there, but we had last week, for the first time, crowned a new champion in Europe. That was Wanted. We didn't get to see it, unfortunately. As a matter of fact, I got asked to cast it. Unfortunately, I was out of town, doing, a lot of stuff for the hunting land that, my family and I, hunt on during, hunting season. But I didn't even get the message until I was about halfway home, because that's how deep in the woods it is. But hearing that Wanted came through and absolutely handled business from beginning to end in that event gives us hope for those three teams who will come out on top here in North America. It's a little more solidified. As a matter of fact, I don't think we've had a single grand finals outside of Undream and Sybarites. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gilmania.
No, yeah, you're absolutely correct. It has been the case across the entirety of the summer qualifiers, the summer major, and well, the first two of the fall season qualifiers as well. I would actually be surprised if that's not the case again today, because that's just how straightforward these two teams have been. You know, they've been very, very consistent. Severities pretty much always at the top, on Dream always fighting to take that top one spot. But at the same time, we know that, well, there's two tickets for North America, and they are most likely going to be getting them right now with such a big difference between the top two and anyone else. Right now, Survivor is with 985 points, On Dream with 9030, and then the top third, which is actually Kia Nation, has 676, the nearly 250 or so points lead for On Dream, and then Severities with nearly 1,000 is just a bit too difficult for anyone else to try to contest those two.
You're absolutely right. I'm getting everything set up here. We got the lobby ready to go. As a matter of fact, we talked about missing out on some potential matches because we had a team no show at the cost of, us being here in this series. We have missed one game, so that hard point went quick. As a matter of fact, I messaged Legacy. I was like, brother, can you get us into the game, please, pronto, ASAP? And no message back. So I assumed that, it was just for the fact that it was the simple severity of them already being in the hard point and handling the business, because it was done rather quickly. As a matter of fact, we asked for the code about 8 minutes ago, and that's how, it had already started. It's done now. So we're jumping into a firing range search story here for this team. Obviously, if you're Undream, you're coming in, you want to handle business. If you are the side of ETN, or not ETN, I'm sorry, Forever Esports, it's all about getting those good reps in. You're going up against great teams, a double elimination bracket. I wouldn't expect too much other than the experience to be able to play against a team like Undream at this point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of those situations where maybe you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic that you maybe don't have that level yet, but it is good experience. It is good practice. It's good for you to see, okay, these things that I'm doing right, I can continue doing. These things that maybe need to be polished, I will continue to work on. It doesn't matter if you don't end up winning against a top two team. It only matters if you're actually gaining something from it, gaining that knowledge, that experience, that practice that, well, I feel like on other years is something that a lot of teams lacked of, because of the fact that there wasn't as many competitions where they could actually get that experience against the top contenders. And that's something that I can tell you, and I'm sure that you guys probably talked a lot about it too, Verdict. And we talked about it on LATAM, which is the fact that with such a long tournament type deal, it allows for teams to actually continue growing at an even faster pace.
I think India has capitalized on that the most, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that region in a whole has had probably one of, I wouldn't say the worst competitive scenes as far as actual talent, but they've had a problem with developing that talent. And I think this event caters to teams like ETs and what was Team Felines. I'm not even sure what the name is now at this point. I've tried to keep up. We've seen somebody correct me in Insight. There's some other teams out there I haven't kept up too much, but I think that this style of tournament absolutely, favors, a region like that. North America, I don't know if you're going to get that. You're going to get that benefit as much, just because of, the unmotivation to actually play. As a matter of fact, during the first broadcast we had in North America, we interviewed cartels, and maybe it was cartels, maybe it was, I can't even remember, but they were like, brother, we don't even scrim. And I was just like, dude, what? You guys are out here dancing circles? Everybody else is sweating their balls off, and this is what we got? Like, that's the case of this. The bad thing is, all good things must come to an end. And just like the end of my sentence right here as I'm ranting and going on, we're going to be left in such a show hole, Gil. Like, we're literally going to be left in a show hole after Points Major. We'll have about 2 months roughly with no Call of Duty Mobile after being hit with quite possibly a lethal injection, a lethal dose of Call of Duty Mobile for the past 4 months. Am I right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been so much that I'm pretty sure that a lot of people were probably not even ready for what was coming. And that has been beautiful for me. I've been enjoying it so much. I pretty much have content for me to watch across multiple months. It's something that we haven't seen in the past, and I'm so happy that we do get to see it this time around. And Verdict, we are now getting geared up for that map number 2. As you stated earlier, it's going to be search and destroy on firing range. That's going to be on Dream facing Forever Esports.
All right, here we go. Let's jump into it. Game 2, Undream looking to handle business. On the flip side of things, we've got Forever Esports. Nothing is forever here in Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see if they can handle business in the moment. Right now, we're going to go ahead and jump on into it. Now, as you can see, the immersive mode is going to be off on the screen. We're going to get that taken off soon here momentarily. First blood comes through in the form of Swish. Trade's going to come through quickly. That's not going to stop this bomb plant from going down to Legacy from just running right at you.
That's right. In here, right now, is going to be a 2v2, an opportunity for maybe finding that first round. But right now, I'm looking at Legacy with a shotgun, trying to, well, continue defending there, trying to defuse. Legacy with a shotgun will get that kill. 20 seconds left. Gets a shot in an assistance thanks to Swish. That will be the first round in. I mean, Verdict, we did not get a shot at watching the game off hardpoint, but there's the first round. I would say that it wasn't too bad on the side of Forever.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a bad idea either at all. As I was taking a look at it, as a quick plant over towards that A side, you prevent these players from just running at you at any given point, you might have a chance. They've done great at playing the trades. Right now, let's see what they play call here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. FSS Hurricanes out in abundance. The SKS out there for Shane as well. And just as likely as we saw in that first round, it's the same case, same scenario. Quick plan over towards the A site. Rocks down, 38 seconds here for the retake.
Great kill there for Tragic to take down Legacy Dakota to the ground. Shane now begins the revenge with a 2 frag. Now there's one left. Shane taken down, but it's going to be Swish and a kill there for Forever. The name, of course, I cannot pronounce, but that will be a defusal and a round to tie things up. And in here, Forever, like I mentioned, they are definitely doing pretty solid.
Go ahead and try. Try to pronounce it, Gil. Let me hear it. I want you to try it one time, buddy.
I have nothing to grasp on. Like I have nowhere to begin to try.
All right, you heard it here. He has no idea. Well, last time the jig was up, retake was on point. Legacy crew clearing the path here towards the A site yet again. Not quite broken as they got the rock down early. Not able to hold the fort down with the players they have. Rock's going to be stopped there. Shot's going to come through early, 1-for-1s. Rock's going to get picked up by Legacy. He's going to go ahead and yet again plant. And here we go. Same act, different scene. Let's see what they can do. 38-second shake. It feels like we've been here before, Gil.
That's right. They can do it once more. 30 seconds left. Decide up Forever. Have to figure something out. In there, Max Shadow actually going to be taken down once again. My fellow with the symbols finds his 3rd kill so far this game and looking to find some more. They're trying to defend from within the trailer. There's only 14 seconds left, and because of that timer, they had to rush in, and this time around on Dream was definitely ready for that, and that will be another round. In here, I would like to say, Verdict, that I don't know, I feel like the way that UD is playing is very simple, but Forever are not really finding the opportunities to break through.
Oh, man. Talking about finding stuff. There's a nade off the top. Bro won't try to even attempt that name. Gave Gilmani the opportunity to try it, and, buddy, we just weren't going to have it. B-site smash coming through. Tunnel. Oh, my God. They're 3-second it. Nobody clears tires, and look at that. Legacy going to be able to find 2, make it a 3rd. That's 8 in total for the man. He's got beams on days, but he's going to be able to get his trade there towards the end, and that's going to be a 3rd round awarded. As I was taking a look at the result from game number 1, Gil, 250-6. Brutal. You called it. It must have been quick. It was an absolute beatdown. We're damn near about to 6 points here in this search for Troy.
Right, and this time around, let's see what plan they have. In here, well, it seems like they're spreading across the entirety of the map on the side of On Dream. The first blood is going to come through, once again favoring them. In here, the side of Forever, they need to come up with a new plan because this is just not working for them whatsoever. Maybe the side of On Dream have not pushed towards any bombs, but it doesn't matter. They still have the opportunity to change that situation. Puedes is going to be spotted there by Shadow. Gonna try to even numbers out. 44 now pushing through A-long. Swish will find that knock onto going forward. It's not gonna be a 3v4 yet again.
Okay, 3v4. Another disadvantage here for the boys of Forever Esports. Rock's gonna go down here for Dakota. Shane trying to shut it down. He's gonna get shut down himself. Trades there for days. Legacy's gonna be able to find another. 35 seconds here for the 2v1. Oh my God. Big kills in the feed. Dakota going to be able to have that PKM roll, and that's his first blood on board for him in this search. And now the SKS player, Pinchana, Am I saying that right? I'm gonna try. Oh, shut down just as soon as I start to pronounce his name. Gil, 4-1 lead. Things starting to get quite out of hand.
Definitely. And I mean, that was a perfect timing there for Dakota to actually break through that donut because, like you mentioned, had no kills before that round. Finally finds 2, and those are enough to once again get the round going in favor of On Dream. Round number 6. And in here, see what they want to do is swish. Finds the first blood onto Tragic. Great way to start yet again. Going forward, playing quite aggressively in here, actually. Looking at the minimap, and he seems to be pushing for a lot. And there it is. Takes the kill onto Swish, and Shane also bites the dust. All of a sudden, they do have the player lead. And a perfect opportunity to actually get another round on the side of Forever.
Well, they got to take down Dakota and what looks like Quades. Both of them combined for 5. Only 3 on the left-hand side of your screen. A little bit of suspense now. Minute and 15 on the clock. Things starting to move quick. Forever Esports need to find a way to itch their way back into this one. Quades, the nades over the top. Shots not missing there. He's going to even out the number count. And what was a little bit of an advantage here for Forever Esports, they weren't able to hold it forever. Let's see if they can make do here with the last 2.
Great shot there for Puedes onto Penchana. 2v1. The only one alive is going to be none other than going forward. Let's see what it can do. FSS in hand. We know how good this weapon is. Takes 1. Goes for 2. Only 6 seconds left. And they are basically just wasting his time. That was the perfect opportunity for Puedes to just take that kill. Easy like lemon squeezy. In there, Verdict. UD. You said it. 250 to 6. And this search and destroy. No different.
Yep, no different. Hey, quite a round it would have been if it gone their way. Obviously, you don't get the shots land, and Quades able to grief you and get that numbers back in your favor. Nades over the top going to land. Going forward, your last man standing, last round, first man down here. Trades are going to come through, and the shots have been crisp there for Maga Shadow. I'm not sure if that's the name. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm trying to make sense of it, but he's done great with getting opening bloods and getting trades for the most part, but we're going to need a little bit more contribution off the rest. He's going to get taken down. It's all down to Penchana. He is the last man standing a few rounds back. He's going to be able to dust 1. Swish with the ever so broken FSS. Going to come through and put an end to his journey there. So 6-1 we go. A solid game. As we mentioned, if you're on Dream, you really want to make sure you tie all odds and ends and don't have any hope for a team like this in Forever Esports. And, well, they've came through and delivered so far.
They definitely have. Right now, round 8 before we switch sides. Nade's gonna take a kill in favor of Forever. Still not gonna be enough. The 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of On Dream. In there, Legacy with the shotgun in hand. Going towards Metal, finds an easy kill there. Takes it like it's nothing. 1v4. The only one alive is gonna be Max Shadow. Gets a hit marker there onto Legacy. Does not matter at all. Kill for Legacy, round for On Dream, 7-1. We're gonna be switching sides, but in here we are approaching the end of map 2 already. Verdict, how long has it been? Like what? 8 minutes? Probably less than that.
That's a long time, brother. I don't know what you're talking about. 8 minutes that's an eternity for some people. Like I don't know what you're trying to get at right here. 7-1 lead in favor of UD. You step in the ring with Titans like these guys, this will just show you what kind of respect they have for you. They're bum rushing the backside. The nade's going to get there before anybody can collapse. The round's done. It's over. Throw the flag up.
That's right. We want to see a white flag up because at this point, Forever is no longer going to be the case. It seems like it will have an end there. And in here, potentially going to be round number 10. If it is, we will lose blood. Still pushing for more. Swish with the opportunity. Finds a double. Swish still going all the way into enemy's territory. No fear, just fight. Just shooting, beaming through the opponents. Through the wall. Puedes finds that kill onto going forward. What in the world is even going on? Just going for the trick shots, because why not, ladies and gentlemen? And in here, only Penchana is alive, just patiently waiting, and still gets killed by Puedes. That's a 9-1. That's a game. That's everything that's good on the side of On Dream. as they continue to pretty much at this point just start to warm up, Verdict.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is a tough watch. That was downright disturbing, disgusting. If you're a fan of Forever, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, good things don't last a long time. Forever is an eternity. 8 minutes is all it took. All right, that is forever for some people. I can attest to that. But I can attest to this matchup too, brother. Look at that scorecard. 13-5 there for Swish. 13-6 for Legacy. I mean, other than Mag's Shadow, there really wasn't anybody on the left hand side of the screen that was able to go toe to toe.
Absolutely. That's the thing. They just were not having those gunfights. Max Shadow 10 to 10, at least remaining positive. But when you have people going double positive, triple positive, even on the side of UD, it's just way too hot to handle. Now, well, that's done. That's over. That's a 2-0 lead going in favor of UD on the general best of five. The next game will be pretty much more of the same. I no disrespect to the side of Forever, but that's the difficult part of facing the top contenders. They are not in here to just play; they are in here to win it all. And well, that's exactly what AUD is doing. Next game will be a game of control on standoff, and well. If you were to take a guess, do you think it's actually going to be a 3-0 or there's a possibility for Forever to surprise us with at least a round for them?
No, I don't think there's a chance they win around. And if they do, it's on the backs of UD not coming in and handling business. The control should be a cut dry 3-0 case. Min in 30 rounds, depending on what side you start on, should be an absolute, cupcake of a run for this team. That's no disrespect to Forever. Just based off we've seen 250 to 6, which we didn't see. I only heard about it. That's brutal. All right, top 16 in North America. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about how the competitive scene thrives in environments like this. Some regions, live off of it. Some regions just kind of expose what you have at the bottom tier. We didn't even have a leaderboard placement for Forever before we jumped into this one. So you can kind of tell that this one was going to be super lopsided. Got to give a shout out to Mag Shadow, though. That was some pretty good, like, sniping. Um,
Mm-hmm.
for a team that just completely got eviscerated back to back rounds.
That's right. Well, in here, that's also one of the points that we like to mention, right? Maybe as a team is going to be difficult to win a game, but individually you also have the opportunity to try to shine on your own. I can tell you in Latin America there was this team that I don't quite remember their name, but they were facing on against the top one team for LATAM, which we know is at the moment at least Street Gaming. And there was this one player who was playing with a sniper who not only remained positive, he was actually, I think he ended up a game of search and destroy, probably like 13 to 10, 13 to 11, and he was getting a lot of really, really solid shots. And that's one of those scenarios where maybe people don't get to know you just yet, but with these multiple opportunities, you have a chance to show yourself, to show the world who you are individually and not only as a team, but also as a player on its own.
No, you're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, I think one of the players that comes to mind when I think about scenarios like that, especially here in North America, it's got to be Washi. Washi was just a rank warrior before he came into the pro scene. I remember ranking with him well before he ever became a pro, like a year even before he was even noticed. Started to get into the main line, got picked up by a team, and I mean, it's all she wrote, brother. He was an absolute animal at that point. Didn't need too much tinkering with. Brother was just hitting shots. So everybody's a nobody until they're somebody, right? We're
Hmm.
we're a little late in the game here now. This is like 7 years later, 6 years later kind of ordeal, and I'm not saying this is not a space for everybody to come through and compete, but at the end of the day, finding washies is a dime. It doesn't happen too often. Don't be afraid to display your skills, but also don't be afraid to get 8-9-1 there in the search and destroy. That's gonna happen.
And that's the thing, it will happen, and it's okay for it to happen because it also means that you are finally getting a shot onto those top contenders. You have a chance also to, like right now, show yourself on a official stream. And with that, well, more teams will get to see you and possibly will allow for you to have even more opportunities in the future. But let's stop talking, ladies and gentlemen. Let's actually run into the action. We said it. It is going to be control on standoff. So, Verdict, take it away.
All right, let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to update the squads here as I've got to flip the names. We should have everything good to go here in a moment. We'll have that reflecting just as soon as I can. Guys, if you're wondering, yes, I'm running this stream, casting, talking to you in chat, and having a conversation with Gil Mania full blown at the same time. So, yeah, that is happening.
And in here, while he's doing that, round number 1. On the left side, we're going to have On Dream. On the right side, it is going to be Forever Esports. And in here, going to get a look on Shane fighting against Tragic. Tragic going inside of the hill. It seems like the side of Forever are actually trying to go for the objective as quickly as they can. But on the opposite side of the map, there's actually the opportunity for a spawn trap situation here for the side of UD. They got 2 players in, and that is more than enough. Swedish and Legacy doing a tremendous job at just keeping enemies on their own spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that we highlighted before we started the match. If this is any kind of hiccups or worries or concerns for UD, it needs to be addressed here. If there's anything that you want to test in the waters, trying to get some kind of strats going, or obviously they've got the back alley approach looking for that pinch. And if you're looking for a full-on spawn trap, this is the best way to do it. I don't think there's any kind of... Jesus Christ, they're just murdering them. For the love of God, they've got families, Legacy. They've got families.
Let them live for a little longer in there. They're just facing up with the last player, just waiting to potentially get that operator time is my guess. So Max Shadow is actually waiting. 8 seconds left, and there is Puedes to knock him down with a sniper shot at a distance. First round there will go for UD, and 21 lives left. That was just a blockfest,
I mean, I didn't want to be disrespectful when I was telling you, before this, like, I don't believe that a round could magically appear in favor of Forever, but this is kind of what I anticipated when we jump into a game like this. UD coming through and really flexing off the rip. They get that 20-plus life lead rolling into their defending side. Now they have a chance to just put them away here. Some good opening kills and good engagements coming through. It looks like UD are actually overstepping their boundaries and Forever kind of making them pay for it.
In here, well, they are doing more up team. Let's see if they can continue to go forward. There's Legacy here with that. Has the opportunity to also use that operator. Let's see if he does get it out for a ride. Ooh, a great kill there for Puedes. They continue to control on the side of the B site. Defense not gonna happen there for Tragic. And B about to be taken just like that. 22 to 15. I would say that this round was definitely better for the side of Forever. This time I feel like they maybe played a little bit more smart whenever trying to go through these different scenarios, and that allowed for them to at least not get stomped on, which I'm not even kidding with you guys. It is something on its own.
No, that is. It's impeccable. Right now, they got to focus on keeping the players off the objective. The harder objective has already been sold. They've gotten out of spawn. Legacy, looking to put them back there. Able to find another one player back deep on into that standoff spawn site there for the defense is going to be dealt with. Now they're looking to get back onto this objective. 1 tick of progress looking to get collected. Shane up top going to be shut down. Blue. Well, the life lead was close at one point. Now it has since been sold. We're down to the last 3 for the right-hand side of your screen. And let me just tell you, even the smoke can't hide you. That FSS Hurricane is an absolute nightmare to deal with, Gil. Let me just tell you, the aim assist on that thing, broken.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I mean, I was taking a final on that. I mean, it was insane to see that type of scenario. Players just beaming through the opponents because of how good it is. And, well, in here, it is definitely not going to be the exception. They know how strong this weapon is, and they are showing it right now. Dakota tried to push on that spawn trap. They even had that PAM thrown out. It's still going to be a defensive round that on the side of UD are most definitely going to be taking in here forever. What else can you show us this time?
I don't know, but I've seen some pretty damn good hop-up spots, too, that I've seen get taken advantage, especially in controls. You know, occasionally in Search and Destroy, but more so in solo control. Haven't seen it here on stand-up, but there are some things that you got to see when it comes to this new update. Brother, it is nasty work. Right now, this one getting a little bit nastier and grueling. Swish and crew looking to put him in the pit of terror, just like they did in the first round right now. See that hop-up, brother? That is absolutely disgusting work. That's one of those. I'm not sure if that you were able to do that before the update. I'm sure you weren't, but that'll just pretty much tell you what you work with at this point in the game.
Definitely. And here, with only less than 20 seconds left, the side of Forever will actually find a way to bounce inside of one of the hills. That was done by Tragic, trying to get defense from his allies, and he's actually getting it, but there it is, to the ground. A nade is going to knock him down. Only 3 lives left. One of them is going to be going forward. Symbols and Max Shadow.
And that's the end of the line here. Forever looking to end their journey in the upper bracket. As we mentioned, good things don't last a long time, Gil. We're here for a good time. We're not here for a long time. He's going out blasting, though. Boxing gloves come out, ends the reign of terror. The 3-0 on board, ladies and gentlemen. Undream, uncontested.
Completely uncontested. It was something that we expected. Really good attempt on the side of Forever, but this is still on Dream team that we are talking about. A 3-0 on Control, a 3-0 on the overall series, and they get to now wait for whoever will be their next opponent. I can give you guys an update onto what's going on in the bracket, where Grath team has already moved onto the quarter winner bracket, and they are waiting on the matchup between Severities and Replic. Kia Nation, like we mentioned earlier, unfortunately, well, it seems like ETN couldn't really gather the whole squad to play, so in here, we are moving on to what it will be next. Looking at those numbers, Verdict, 26-7. Legacy, I don't know if he has something to do later on, but he was just done with his matchup, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him, dude. Let's go ahead and get the warm-ups in. Let's go ahead and get everything hot pressed and rolling. Get those fingers lubricated. You know, it's Saturday. Probably had a late night last night. You've worked all week. Now it's time to take out all of your aggression onto whoever's on the opposing side. Obviously, you want to get your get back on Sybarites too, and what better way to do that than to start in the upper bracket, take on a team, and handle business. 250-6 in the opening hard point. You followed up with a what was that? A 9-1 in the Search and Destroy, a 3-0 in the Control to close it out. And I mean, what better way to end that series than to, you know, not have any questions or ifs, ands, buts about it. It's Undream BTA from beginning to end.
Yep, absolutely. On Dream, they just took that step that's necessary to get into the grand finals. Maybe a step that wasn't too hard for them, but a step that needs and has to be taken in order to continue moving forward. And well, that was it. You know, GG's, well done on the side of UD. And I think we should also take a glance onto what potentially we would see next.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and debate that. And obviously, we're going to be on board with potential. I don't know. I mean, we'll take a look at it. We're going to take a short break in between that, though. So before we can get into that next series, we got to get some things, odds, ends covered on the back end. We'll have our decision on who we're going to be jumping into next. You guys don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with some more Call of Duty Mobile here for the World Championship. The Open Qualifiers will be joining you back live after this break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket finals. Upper brackets run here. It's Verdict. We're in round 2, basically. Fight. Let's get it on. Gilmania, first series up, done, dusted. Not even remotely close. As a matter of fact, a lot of the series that we saw in the first round, not relatively close. This one, however, has the makings to go the distance.
It absolutely does, and I gotta say that when I first saw the team names, well, being honest, I was not following truly with who it actually is inside of these teams, but Kia Nation and Nordic Adversary, I feel like this has the potential to actually go the distance that we didn't get to see on the first round, and I'm thrilled. I'm honestly thrilled, Verdict. I feel like this is one is gonna be a banger.
I hope so too. There's a lot of bad blood in the waters between these two. As a matter of fact, former teammates, former owners, there's a lot of things going on here. A lot of moving parts. A lot of players going from back and forth. A lot of players being removed from what they created. And you get in front of that, Gil, there is certainly going to be some kind of consequence that you have to answer to. We're going to dive deep into it now as we get geared up for the best 5 roll around. We've got a hardpoint takeoff, Tunisia search and destroy, raid, guaranteed for the first 3 maps. Hardpoint Hacienda, if it does go map 4, search and destroy slums. If it caps us off, go to the distance.
And well, talking about these two teams and where they are positioned when it comes down to the standings, I can tell you that Kia Nation is currently on the 3rd spot. We all know that 676, about 250 points behind on Dream. But the side of Nordic is actually too far behind them. Right now, Nordic is with 525. So at this point in time, Nordic is actually closer to Kia Nation than Kia is close to On Dream on top 2. So I feel like for this very reason is that we have the opportunity to have a stellar matchup on only round 2, because we know that when it is such a big bracket, the initial matchups are tending to be a bit more fluid, a bit more fast paced, if you know what I mean. And well, with this one in particular, only round 2, so Kia and Nordic have the opportunity to just show us the best they got, because Nordic, this is qualifier number 3. Maybe they got enough points for what will be the next major, but I'm counting on them trying to go the even further in this tournament.
Absolutely. You know, we like to handpick our matchups before we get into it. We want to give you guys the best of the best, the upper echelon, you know, what is going to get us the distance, what's going to give us the most intense maps. We want to see the best action just like you guys. So being able to see this Kia Nation versus Nordic adversary, as Gil just mentioned, not only are they close in talent, but they are close in points as well. This is going to be a highly impactful matchup. We are at the end of the line. Obviously, the top 2 teams are going to be the only ones that move forward. The rest of North America are going to get trimmed out, right? We're trying to figure out who those top 2 teams are. So far, so good. It has 100% been Sybarites in Undream. Is there a chance for them to turn things around and find out? We're going to have to tune in to do so. We'll see if they can get it done here in the takeoff. Which team will be able to grab that first round victory? Brace to 250, Gilmania. Let's get it on here for the quarterfinals here in the open qualifier split number 3. This is the fall edition. End of the line for both of these teams.
Let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. Straight into the action. This is going to be game number 1. There's going to be hardpoint here on Takeout. And now, this is the hardpoint. Kia, Fabuloso in there, trying to fight, the opportunity to take that kill. The towel with a turnaround finds a double kill. Eventually gets knocked out. The Demons do a really job to help the squad. Unfortunately enough for the side of Nordic, they are not being able of actually getting inside of the kill. Verdict, they are taking the kill.
Well, they're getting cooked for sure. P1, Scrappy, if you're having troubles getting on this objective or keeping your opponents off, you are in for a long one. It's going to be a grueler right now. Kia taking advantage of everything they can do. Sam trying to get the advantage up top to get the connection over through to stop the bleed. You can't do so. You must clear off the rotunda here in the middle of the map in order to stop this griefing from happening. Well, Fabuloso and Kia Nation are doing everything they can to hold it on. It is an absolute nightmare off the bat. Kia running it down their throats. Here comes the setup for P2. Yuhi already looking to take a route.
All right, 35-1. The rotation's already there. Trying to defend it is going to be Yuki. Yuki, the opportunity to take that kill is going to take it like it's nothing. Double kill there for Yuki. Great aim, great click to take down Jenny. And Tatia trying to get inside. Not going to be possible. 100-killer drone will secure that door. And ladies and gentlemen, Nordic, they are just completely shot down. They are hitting that door close to their faces. Finally, they're going to break through as I say that. But Verdict, it took them a whole point and a half.
And it's gone, just like that. 6 seconds is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Huh. Okay, I'll stop. I don't want to get another DMAC on a channel that's already been griefed today, brother. Not today. Not again, Bobby. It can't happen. Predator out. Blez rocking and rolling there with the Sparrow to go along with the feet. It's lighting up yellow. In our hearts, it is Kia Nation all over the objective. And, brother, they are griefed them yet again. Tale of an absolute beatdown for the time being. Belts being pulled off here early. 83-7, brother. You got to start fighting. You got to start shooting back. Let's see if they can do it here on this P3 rotation.
They do it right now. Like you mentioned, the 6 seconds is all it took for Kia to completely regain that control this time around. Rotation's theirs. They will secure the initial hold, and there's no one coming on the side of Nordic. You said it, the feed is completely yellow in here. Look at Yuki just holding on to those operators, then shredding through the opponent. There's going to be another triple kill and a quadra now for Yuki, defending from inside of the hill. Verdict, they don't even have to defend from the outskirts of it, but they are doing it because they feel like it. Already on triple digits when your opponent is yet to find 10 seconds. That's very, very hard to swallow.
Chat, I know we tried to talk this matchup up, and it had implications for being close. We promise you, it's stat lines, numbers, but those things tell a different story. You get in the ring with a heavyweight, all it takes is one punch, and you are just everything game plan wise out the window. This hardpoint has been anything but close. We tried to make it interesting. Kia just continue to deprive this North American region of close battles. And on the flip side of things, Nordic, their biggest adversity right now is getting on the objective. And let me just tell you, Kia hold the keys to the street. They are locking it down. You can't pass through the front. You can't pass through the back. Operators coming through. Streaks coming through. It is a lockdown, Pallelling through all over this one. And a blistering coming in full effect. Kia Nation griefing them to the max.
Absolutely are. Only 8 seconds in, and the side of Kia are not willing to lose that grip. They are trying to end this as quickly as possible. They were probably aiming for that 256 that we heard happened earlier for the side of On Dream, but well, this time around will not be as low as it was in that scenario. They have actually managed to double 6 seconds on the side of Nordic, already on 12. Even from up above, the score streaks are just too to handle. Verdict, we're going back on point 1, and after that set of rotations, already 173.
Ladies and gentlemen, they have reached double digits. It is a mile marker, and it's on. You try and get in there and do that. I know for damn sure it ain't gonna be me. Kia Nation, handle them up, locking them down, putting them in the blender, full blast, minced, diced, completely disarrayed. And buddy, they're looking to put this one out really early. Some P1 time gonna be captured there for a moment, and it's short-lived. Kia Nation right back on the objective. They got all the hot spots. They got all the top drops as well onto the objective. Sam, well, better luck next time, buddy. A slight progress onto the objective, but you can see it. Kia in the feed, Kia on the hill, Kia in the driver's seat. They are full blasting.
We are already on 100 points, and in there we have the perfect opportunity for more destruction on the side of Kia Nation. Continue now here with the equalizer. Try to defend his allies. There's going to be the Pam. Takes 1, goes for 2, but they say no prayer. With an outstanding play, will take him down. Now Yuki, with his own equalizer, will secure the facilities of this area. Less than seconds away from victory. I doubt that it's gonna be on this hill that they win, but even if they did, I wouldn't be surprised at all with how much control we've seen coming from them.
Oh, how the hell did Nordic Adversary get that DMP? Tell me that was a bug. There ain't no dang way. Maybe I'm just not paying attention. I'm trying to process what I'm witnessing up here, up close and personal. Let me just tell you, if you're a Nordic Adversary fan, close your eyes for this one. Maybe there's some better dreams and better hopes for the Search and Destroy, because this hardpoint is, I mean, completely over. Unless we see the greatest miracle ever known to Call of Duty Mobile. And let me just tell you,
we should have like turn off the stream, you know, Jesus.
Yeah, you gotta cover your eyes. You gotta do whatever. This one's going on the hub later. There ain't no D-Macking about that. They're getting J-Macked. Jesus!
Only 22 seconds, Verdict. That's it. Oh my goodness. Man, Verdict, you said it perfectly earlier. We hyped it up more than 250 to 22 seconds, you know? I I was definitely hoping for more action coming down from the side of Nordic. Unfortunately enough, it was just not there. You know, they had their moments where they would take an okay amount of kills, but the control around the area, the gunfighting for them was just not there. Looking at those numbers, look at Prayer with 30 kills to 18. You got Yuki 37 to 13. You know, everybody pretty much over 30 on the side of Kia, while the side of Nordic, well, you got Sam, who unfortunately only got 8 kills. You know.
Yeah, it be like that, man. Sometimes, you know what? I ain't even gonna cut him slack. He's got 1 second on the objective. You're telling me you couldn't get double digits, go at 8 and 32? Brother, we need to step it up. We need to lock and load it. Let's make heads or tails of it. It was a beatdown. It was brutal. And the reason for it was one team got a lot of kills and played the hill. The other team could barely contest without dying. That'll just kind of tell you what we're in for here in that hard point. Now, this is where things get interesting because, you know, we were mentioning talents earlier and how that played a factor into, you know, what we expect in a game and a matchup. We expect some of these underdog teams to be better in Search and Destroy when they put up performances like that in the hard point. But I wouldn't hold my breath. This Kia Nation, I did so good. I did so dang good. This Kia Nation team has been handling business. And if they play anything like what we just saw in the hard point, in the Search and Destroy, if it converts, brother, we are in for a doozy for this Search and Destroy. I'm praying for better times. Prayer, will you please answer them? Oh, prayer plays for Kia. Never mind.
It's gonna be Search and Destroy in Tunisia, so we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. On the side of Nordic, well, of course, you have we saw Tatillo, we saw John with Tabo and whatnot, but it was just not enough. You know, they were trying, but it was just not there. This time around, it is Search and Destroy. It is Tunisia. We know how important that can be for the side of Nordic. I I would hope to see something better. Absolutely, I have to agree with you on that Verdict, but I'm just not sure anymore. I don't know what to believe. I had high hopes, and even more so with the fact that, well, they have not done too bad. You know, top six off of every single team that has played on North America is not easy, and it isn't easy to get to that point. But it seems like Kia is still too hard to handle for them.
Step away. Proceed with caution. My mother told me don't touch things that are hot when I was younger. And I FAFO'd a few times. And let me tell you, you get burnt along with that. That's kind of that kind of comes with the territory here at Call of Duty Mobile. We talked about taking your lashings earlier. We saw a beatdown in our first series of the day. It's all a rite of passage. At this point, though, in the game, these guys have been playing for so dang long. I expect a little more out of them. Tatio, brother, S-Dug is in this lobby, right? Or is he not?
I think he's not actually.
Okay, he's not. I mean, come on. Bright is in this lobby for sure, right? Or is that not? Okay, where am I getting this Nordic Adversary lineup then? Because it says Tatio is the player, Bright's on the roster, John Snack, who...
It's supposed to be there, but with the names, I'm just not sure anymore. You know, I don't know.
I never knew any Vikings to come from Latham, too. That's another thing. role-playing Erling Haaland at this point. Like, is that what's happening right now? I ain't mad at it because I'd role-play that guy. That guy's a monster.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to face them under any sort of competitive scenario,
Yeah, that's facts.
I
That's
just,
facts. Hey, at that point, they got a completely obliterated, compacted, shut down. Time for them to strike back. We're gonna get into the search and destroys. You've mentioned a time or two. It's Tunisia. So, God, we're praying that this one gets closer. We talked up a hell of a game, and it feels like we kind of just served you all, you know, poop on a platter.
let's wait and see because we are now getting loaded inside of the game. And, well, with what we saw on the hard point, I definitely feel like this has the opportunity to once again be going in favor of Kia, but at least let's see something actually coming down from the side of Nordic.
All right, let's see. It's got to come here. First round's through. First 8 to be exact, going to be on the offense. John Snack try to get those SKS shots landing. A little bit of a 2-1-2 split. 2 on A, 1 in the mid. Kind of a floater. And then you got that LMG player down low trying to get some wall bangs through. Great spot for it to be in. No man shall pass without taking his tags. Quick hit over towards the A site. Potential timing is everything. Tatio looking to get the breach. Get some shots in. Finds first. And that is going to be Zenny finding the second too. Great hit already so far, Gil.
That's right. The opportunity to take this one in their favor. Bombs planted with a 2-for-1 trade. Let's see how they defend this site. In here, Tabo holding that FSS. The sniper Cole will miss that shot. Double kill there for Sammy. And then all of a sudden, Fabuloso in the middle of a 1v4 will take that kill onto John. He still has 3 more to go.
20 seconds. He's got to move fast. He's got SKS at his hand and possibly one of the most broken guns as well with the FSS. Tatio, the transition, we get spoiled. He wins the shots. It was only a matter of time before he had to push on out. So, first round through, they've already almost got as many points as they did in the hard point. They've pretty close in the kill count, too. This is an absolute masterclass if they can continue with this same momentum.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely right. In here, oh no. Tatio, please. Tatio, please come back. Your team needs you. There it is. Now actually moving. Yuhi will find the first blood onto Tavo. Not great news for the side of Nordic. In here, this 5v4 is going to be very, very difficult.
Giving up a lot of time. That Tatio stall kind of puts him at a bad position. You've got one player in Yuhi is up top. Oh my god, gets the nade to land there, 2 to go. As well as the shotgun shot from the HSO. And what was a delayed push. Going to lead to a very underwhelming round. We'll see if they can bounce back now as John Snack taking 1 to go. Gonna bite off a lot more than chew. That shotgun. And that animation's pretty dope. I saw him toss that nade and take a shot at the same time. Brother is John Wick with that shotty.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It is so nice to the eyes to see something like that. And by the way, that was nearly a perfect round for the side of Kia. John, at the end, managed to take 1 kill. But obviously, was just not enough. In here, they the bomb on the side of Nordic. They're trying to secure something first. Unfortunately enough for them, there's Yuhi just beaming with that shotgun. Already 5 kills on only 3 rounds. And, well, this is only the beginning of the round.
This is. You got to pay the piper if you want to make this site on tour today. He made you pay the price for delaying that push up top. Took up a lot of space in the top winery area. Now reserved. Still finding kills. Firm stat here. You got 1 on the back line, too. Fabuloso looking to blow the play up through the front. They got Yuhi to collapse, too. It is only a matter of time. They're down to 1. There's a minute on the clock to go along with it in a 1v4 yet again. Tavo gonna be able to find 1. Gets the reload. Doesn't need it. He's got the most broken gun in the game. This gun, it's absolute masterclass. He's got 24 in the round. Not enough, though. Can't anticipate the HSO. And the final boss, Yuhi, continuing the roll.
That's right. Yuhi has been the final boss for the side of Nordic. I gotta say that was a really good play there for Tabo, nearly missing the last few shots for a triple kill. Unfortunately enough for him, like you said, Yuhi is on fire, an absolute monster when it comes down to taking kills with that shotgun. This time around, it seems like they want to push towards A site, and it is being heavily defended by three different players on the side of Kia Nation. Battle at a distance. Oh, gonna miss that shot. Gonna take that kill. Not gonna be possible. A nade kill onto Sam will open up the floodgates of round number 4. The side of Tabo trying to push for more. Double kill for Cole and a double for Jan. Man, I gotta say, Nordic are trying to, like, shift these strategies, but it's just not working.
No, it's not, man. It's been one-dimensional. Everything has been basically run at A and see what sticks. It worked the first round. You had them. Now the shots start to pick up for everybody on the left-hand side of your screen. They have reciprocated 3 times in a row. Another shot towards the A site. You've got Yuhi, who's weak. Yuhi able to find one still. Elusive as hell. Going to be able to escape with his life to go along with it. Zinni, Snack, able to get 2 involved. Prayer's going to get shut down. Yuhi, still the last man standing on site. Sam hadn't accounted for him, and Yuhi going to be able to blast him by the 2. Make it 11 for the man himself. He's a legend around here. Say his name. He will find 2 kills.
Somebody check this man. I mean, look at his profile picture. He does feel like a complete killing machine. Over 2 kills per round is just wild. See on hardcore, but on Search and Destroy, he is doing it in there. It is actually Prayer that will take the first blood. He has the opportunity to continue the momentum. Prayer with another. Prayer with a triple in there shooting. Bodies does not give a care in the world. This is going to be a 3v2. Scratch that, a 2v1. And Prayer with a 4th one will secure that round. That was 4 kill round for Prayer. He was just, getting a little bit jealous that we were talking about Yuki.
Yeah, no, right? Kia running away with it. First round blunder. I don't know. Ever since the TO dragged butt that second round, it has been all downhill. Again, you can mention Yuhi. You can mention Prayer. They have absolutely rose up to the occasion. Yuhi, yet again, finding first blood. His numbers have got to go on through the roof. Zinni, getting involved for a trade, but it's by the 2. Make it a 3rd. You're down the 2 left standing here in this one, and Yuhi is elusive as hell. He's in your spawn top winery site. He is just waiting to take somebody down. Oh, the timing couldn't have been any worse. Sam able to slide through, and that might have been the first death since the first round for Yuhi.
Might as well be. I think you're right, actually. I'm not too sure if we could... Oh, no, actually, he has...
He died last round. That's right. You just had to go poking and prodding, didn't you, Gil? You couldn't let me have my moment.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Sam... Oh, my God. I was going to say that maybe he has the opportunity to do something, but Fabuloso is like, nah, man, it doesn't matter. I know that my teammates are doing a hell of a job, but I can do it too. Yeah. Takes that kill, takes that round, and we go to the last before we switch side.
Yeah, there we go. When opportunity comes to knock and chat, do not answer that door with your pants down. That is not the play. Right there, you get caught with your pants down trying to get back into the spawn site. Well, opportunity's knocking here for a B-side approach. There we go. They've cleared out Blez. They've cleared out Fabuloso. Palel and Prayer and Yuhi still left standing. Yuhi and Palel, or Prayer rather, combining for 21. Palel not finding the first blood on this one. Trying to hold this site off. Here comes Prayer with the big guns. Palel finally able to hit Tavo. Rips his head off clean, smooth. 28 seconds now to go here for the 3v5.
Prayer there with a PKM. Bombs down, like you mentioned. 20 seconds left. Just have to defend a little longer. Oh, the push in there. Not stopping. Everybody dies at once. What in the world was that, Verdict?
That was the longest 28 seconds of my life, and they had time to spare at the end of that, too. Brother, what is happening? You had a good setup. I'm a fan of getting the rock down and then right back to your spawn site. I'm not a fan of pushing up, especially when you don't have the right gunnies. Make them clear your site. Don't give them anything for free. And you get across, you do not win your gunfights. That is a problem. That is a complete meltdown, a sell. First blood in Yuhi, as we do get the flip on through. They're looking to cram it. 7-1 is the scoreline. Will Yuhi get caught with his aggression? No, he says he's got movement and an HSO, ladies and gentlemen, a three-piece. This man is unstoppable.
Completely unstoppable. 18 freaking kills as we move on to round number 10. And he has the opportunity to end this one with a banger of 2 kills per round. Can he do it, though? I'm pretty sure that he's more than capable, so let's see. Round 10. Opportunity for more. Rushing towards A. Only 2 players will be defending so far on the side of Nordic. One of them being Tatio. Tatio gonna find a double before getting spotted by Prayer. Unfortunately enough, the trade is no longer gonna be in favor of no one. It's gonna be a 3v3.
Okay, Rock's gonna go down. Fabuloso, huge gunfight to win there for John Snack. Snack finding a second. Yuhi always gonna get the upper hand. Well, now Yohi's got a big task in front of him. Bomb is down in front of 2 desperate players from Nordic Adversary. And Yuhi looking to put the dagger in. This could be it. Deagle shot's not landing, forced to back down. He's got a minute on the clock to play with, so he doesn't necessarily have to take this push. But the inevitable is going to have to come through. Sight's going to be cleared out. Yuhi going to make the approach to mid. Now, slow things down, 52 on the clock.
There it is. Taking down the demon finally on the side of Nordic's Verdict. You said it. They had the opportunity. They had the chance, and they finally took it. Yuhi this time, unfortunately not for him, will not be the case. He's not going to reach 20 just yet. Round 11. And another opportunity opens up.
All right, maybe a floodgate back into this match. No, never mind. It's back to the norm. It is Kia Nation, player advantage. Down the 2 is Tatio and Zinni. Tatio's taken out, making a 1v5. For the clips! Pops off the top rope! Oh, couldn't get the finisher. Prayer picked up a shotgun, snagged the kill. That is Kia Nation going up a quick 2-0 after a 9-2 victory here in the Search and Destroy. Buddy, Gil. We sold these guys a dream, and let me just tell you, Kia Nation said, hell no, Verdict. It's not going to be close in any form or matter.
Yep. I mean, I was expecting a lot more, and I actually was thrilled to see that first round, that first round going in favor of Nordic. I was like, okay, they got what it takes to at least make this game close. Not even, Verdict. 9-2, incredible performance by pretty much everyone on the side of Kia. I mean, Yuhi was there with 19. We got 14 for Prayer. It was just a banger all around. And, well, the side of Nordic, they tried, but once again, they get stumped. I was hoping, I definitely was hoping, Verdict, for us to at least see a game 4. I now realize my mistake. It is definitely not going to be the case.
Yeah, game 4 is, it's going to be a bit difficult if I'm being completely honest with you. I might have exposed the room code if I'm being honest too, as well as I was trying to type the score in, and I just completely lost track of time. I'm a bot sometimes, guys, and plus I'm operating on like 2 hours of sleep collectively from yesterday to today. And let me just tell you guys, I'm running stream too, and it's overwhelming. This isn't peak Verdict back in 2022, 2023. We used to be able to do this with our eyes closed, Gil. How many nights, days, hours filled of us just gallivanting and doing whatever we need to do and talking all the schmack and having it is so much harder as you get older, and they don't tell you how much harder it gets, brother. We're locked in, though. We are completely in there. We're just like Kia Nation. Maybe not as flawless, but you're putting up Yuhi numbers. I'll be in prayer, brother. Say one for me, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was looking at the time. We're for you, what, like maybe 17 What time is it for you, actually? I have
Um,
no idea.
it is 16:45, 4:45.
16:45. Enough of those. You've been streaming like what, 12, 13,
We streamed
something
about
like that?
9 hours earlier, and I'm going on
Mhm.
11 now. So this is 11 hours out of the past 16 that have been allotted since I started streaming. So it's brutal.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. You are a beast. Let me tell you that although you say that we used to do it in the past, not even like this, like this
No,
long,
yeah, no, you're
So
right.
you are on a different level, Verdict. I gotta say, you are a monster. And well, talking about monsters, Kia, I'm pretty sure will be thrilled for us to start this game soon. That is going to be, of course, the game of Control over on Raid. And well, I think that from what we saw on the initial hardpoint, I would be surprised if this side of Nordic actually takes at least one round. You know.
I won't be surprised if they take one. I can see them coming up with one with perfectly timed operators and actually converting those operators into kills. I could see them being able to stack up one good round. Now, with that being said, it's going to be a toss up. Again, it's all about the coordination. It's all about how well that team synergy's gone so far. It's not been great. The hard point was a little bit of exposure. That search and destroy started absolutely phenomenal. We got it in the first round. I'm like, dude, we got a series on our hands, don't we?
Mhm.
And then it started to unfold, and I started to see that Yuhi was just playing with his food as well as prayer, and we started to see everybody starting to click. It just got ugly from then on out. So hopefully we'll see something good. I'm crossing my fingers, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta agree with you. I'm the same place as you are. And well, let's wait and see as players begin to get ready for us to start game number three. I'm gonna actually try to take a look onto an updated bracket, and it seems like every single game is being played on the quarterfinals already. Of course, we have Severities and Great Team. We got On Dream versus Zero Main, Kia versus Nordic, and Citlalic versus Lucent. And well, verdict on the lower bracket. Tell you this much: ETN did not show up whatsoever. 4KT did not show up whatsoever. So well, those are the first two teams who got eliminated from this top 16.
Now, this is quite literally the end of the road. If you're not top 16 rolling into this event, you are not going to be top 16 rolling into the point majors. That's kind of how that works. Groups will be figured out as soon as this event is over. We still got another day tomorrow as well to fill and get a championship in. We've still yet to see that Rights roster. I'm thinking once this series is done, we'll have a little bit of a break. And I think where we're going to head to is going to be the Zitlalics and Rights matchup because that probably would make the most sense as we've already seen Kia Nation, we've already seen Undream. But I think that one, the Kia Nation Undream matchup, has more potential. So we'll figure it out as we get along here, as we get into what is possibly the last map of this series. Get your shades ready. We're locking and loading. It is Beverly Hills of California. It's never looked as lovely. Raid Control. A race to 3, Gil. Let's see who can get there first.
I'm so sorry. I was queued. Come on, man. My apologies. My apologies. All right, in here, side of EM Nation, as expected, will start this game. The banger, 26-22. A minute on the clock. The side of Nordic, not really finding that much hill time in here, at least as of yet. They begin to push towards B. The only one defending on the B side is actually, if I'm not mistaken, Fabuloso. Trying to defend through the middle. There was Pole. Pole found a double in there. Gets spotted by Tabo. The fight continues, and the kills are still favoring the side of Kia.
Yeah, it's just a pick your poison kind of deal. You're going to try to push the numbers there on B and try and get some time stopped, or will you run into the gauntlet that is Yuhi? He is finally going to get shut down, dealt with. You got some time being collected if you can clear off Fabuloso on the back line. There's only one left to deal with now. Up top, it's Bilal. He's going to be dealt with, but as he takes up your time, your lives have dwindled. 40 seconds on the clock, and Blez, going to get shut down. So much needed time here for the side of Nordic Adversary. They're showing signs of life here in this series. Rather late, better than never.
I never here to the adjusted in that situation. Now defending like a champion. There is Bless. Tabo finds a knock, so the Seni, they are going to be spotted in there. Double kill by Tabo. Incredible triple now onto Bless. Incredible there. Still not over. 24 seconds. His only ally is now knocked. Tabo still alive, doing a lot of damage to both of them, but not finding a kill. That will be around. Only 6 lives left. And Verdict, you called it. You said that there's opportunity for the side of Nordic. And with only 6 kills left, I feel like that's doable, you know?
I mean, if somebody helps out Tavo, it is possible that we could see this get close. Obviously, we saw Zenny pick up 6. Tio, Sam, and John. Under 5, just not going to cut it. Need some help here for the man himself. Some numbers being done, a little bit of ankles being broken, and some shots. Absolutely hit. Into the kitchen we go. Brother is giving him the business. Kind of egregious to go body shooting when you're down 2-0, but hell, we'll allow it. There's bad blood in the waters, and they want the smoke.
Opportunities. Here. Problem is, there's 4 here. Now 5. So, probably going to be using them soon, and they got to be careful about that. They continue to take the control over on the B side. The one inside of the hill is going to be Cole, while Blaz begins to push. That is a double kill with a sniper and pushing for more. There's a triple kill now. Annihilator now in his hands of Yuki. Double kill for triple now for Yuki. Yuki with a quadra. Yuki looking to find a 5th kill, and he gets like it's nothing. Blaz, you're shredding with the equalizer, doing the exact same thing. All of a sudden, there's a 10 kill differential. What in the world is going on? There's going to be a Pred missile from up above that will hit headfirst on the side of Seni. The control that was there completely vanished, shattered into pieces. 18-1. Verdict, they had a lead. They had a lead at the beginning of this round. Yeah. How did it turn south so quickly?
Just like in that search and destroy, brother, they had us in that one round, and they let us go from there. Operators come out, and everybody starts scrambling. There's a chance for them to hit now. This is the perfectly coordinated execution that you need. You need some operator value early on, and here they come. We got John Snack. We got Tavo. They are letting them all rip. I would have been a better fan of stacking these, and right now they're just walking right into shots. Zinni, able to find some with the death machine, is going to get shut down, and, well, you had a pocket full of sunshine rolling into this round. It is nothing left in your pockets. It's at a bad night at the casino. You brought $100, and, brother, you are in the negative 300. It is brutal. Dig yourself out of this one. You've dug yourself a bit of a hole, and let me just tell you, it is only getting deeper. Prayer gonna get shut down. The spawn trap gonna be relieved. You got a little bit of time on A. That first stick of progress now starting to get erased. It has gone from bad to worse here for the side of Nordic Adversary. Let's see what they can do with the gun skill.
Right now, 21 to 15. Yuki with 19. Blez with 18. And they are just doing whatever they feel like doing. You look at Bless just holding onto that EMP system, just waiting for the perfect opportunity. When is the perfect opportunity? Whenever he feels like it's at this point in time. Kia Nation are just, in a sense, dragging what we all know is already inevitable. It should be a 3-0. What a shot there for Cole.
Did he get a
double with a nade? Where are the comms, Verdict? What?
Oh boy, a little bit of popcorn. Things have gone awry. We are as far south as it gets here in this series, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, they are hiding in the corners. They have to. Last 4 standing. Sam does have an op. On the flip side of things, you got Blez. They are looking to clear sight. 3 left on to the right-hand side. Make it 2. Sam going to be able to dig himself out of another. Blad's going to be able to find one. Sam, the last man standing. GG's. It's over. We painted this series to be close, and it was anything but a 3-0 in the control, cap it off a 3-0 in the series, a monumental sweep. Can't be a rivalry if we don't take maps. Brutal ending for Nordic Adversary.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Can't be a rivalry if you are not taking maps, and not only not taking maps, so far apart. 250 to 22, 9 to 2, and then a 3-0. There is no rivalry in that. It is just a walk in the park in a sense for the side of Kia, which I'm gonna be brutally honest. I'm surprised. I was not expecting this to be so one-sided, but congratulations to Kia who continue to move, because let's be reminded, Kia, of course, want to continue to stay alive. They are the top three team, and they are, if I'm not mistaken, Verdict is still in a position where they could try to steal one of the tickets. What do they need to do? Well, to be superior to On Dream and Severities, which is easier said than done. But at least for now, they continue to be on the winner's bracket.
No, you're absolutely right. They are going to continue in the upper bracket. As I was trying to see what kind of update we had for where we were going to go next, we've had talks and rumblings about matches here and there. Wanted to deliver, maybe paint you guys a picture of where we're going. If you're trying to follow along at home, it was a breeze. It was a quick walk in the park there for both Kia Nation as well as on Dream. First round or second, it doesn't matter. These guys just come in, they handle business. And hell, we're 2 hours into the stream, not quite. And we had to delay for 15 minutes
Mm-hmm.
off the rip. And then we had another 10 minutes of actually just bantering back and forth. And these games have gone quick, Gil. So far, it's been so good. The top teams continue to be top teams. The teams at the bottom, they're just going to have to duke it out in the lower bracket.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I mean, before we talk about anything else, I would just like to point out something which definitely caught my eye, which is that Survivorities actually went on to a game 4 against Replic, which it is impressive on its own. You know, it was the search and destroy that Survivorities ended up losing. So one of those situations where unfortunately we didn't get to see it, but it gives us the intel that, well, Survivorities, as we all are human, they make mistakes, and if you capitalize on them, you can steal a map or two. You know.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. They have, they have been known to hiccup here and there, and if you can capitalize on anything, that's great, man. Let them have it. We'll take a look at. I'm gonna try and pull up the bracket here for you lot. Let me maneuver and do a little extra, you guys. I hope you enjoy. We'll take a look at it together, kind of see what is on the game plan for us moving forward. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the gauntlet. We've got semifinals of brewing. We've got two teams on our hands that I guarantee, I know I showed you guys pipe dream earlier, but should deliver, ladies and gents. It's Kia Nation, it's Undream, and a top three battle will ensue. Undream getting the best of them all throughout the entirety of this event, and many more counting before this. Chance for Kia Nation coming in hot, guns blazing off their last series. Gil, do you think they can ante up?
That's a great question. I definitely think that Kia have warmed up really good so far, but I can say the exact same thing for the side of UD. In the past, we know how On Dream has been the dominant one on this scenario, and I gotta say, Verdict, unless we see some surprises coming down from Kia on map number one, I feel like this should go the way of On Dream one.
Absolutely. Speaking of map one, it's going to be a mixy one. Hardpoint Combine followed up by Slums, Search and Destroyed. We will see a control raid guarantee, and if it does go past that, it's everything's got to be earned. Hardpoint Arsenal, Meltdown for game number 5. Some great map rotations that we're seeing, some great versatility, and I am such a huge fan of Combine being added into the mix in this Hardpoint competitive map pool. It is such a bang out map. It tops Summit easily, and if you're looking for multiple, like hundreds of engagements per player, this is the map you're going to get it, depending on the pace of the play.
All right. Well, there it is. And well, I said that I'm inclining on to the side of On Dream, but what about you?
I think I got to be clinging there too, man. I don't think that we've seen anything as of late from this Kia roster to change that. Like I said, I love to be surprised. The Search and Destroy has been excellent out of Undream. They have been able to take maps off of pretty much every team in the entirety of North America. I can't quite recall what they did against Paradox, African's best team, that Bobby had hosted on his channel. He's doing like an international esport client build spectating cast, which is phenomenal. Series is at a stall as of right now, but I will be on board for more in the future because there, like I said earlier, there's going to be such a show hole in between now and Champs. We're going to be starving for more Call of Duty mobile content, and we got to find it somewhere.
Yeah, we have to. I think I gotta completely agree with you. We are getting used to such pretty weekends, every
Right?
single weekend you get such great action for you to see for what about I want to say 2 months or almost three in a row, that it is going to be difficult for us to just try to hang in there without that much action.
Oh, absolutely, man. I'm going to be itching after this points major coming up is going to be over. It started at the end of May. We had the month of Call of Duty Mobile all throughout June. July, the same. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our upper bracket semis matchup is set to start out now. We're getting geared up for what is game number 1. A very mixy map indeed. Wait a dang minute. Everybody's hopping out of the lobby. It ain't happening just yet. I'm glad I didn't change scenes. I just felt it. I knew it. It's in my bones, buddy.
Yeah, you knew it. You knew it. I was actually already looking at the screen, and all this gone. We'll have to wait a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize for the inconvenience, but I hope you guys are still ready for what's coming upon us. That Hardpoint on Combine, as you mentioned, I feel like it's gonna be really interesting to see. I want to see a lot from Kia. The team of Kia have been a top 3 contender for the longest time, but they have not managed to actually go onto that top 2 position. Like you mentioned, it has always been, at least for this year, on the finals, the side of UD and the side of Severities. So this is the last chance in a sense. Of course, there's the next major, of course. But when it comes down to the qualifiers, this is the last one for this year. So can they do it? Let's wait and see, because it seems like everybody did load up this time. So Verdict, take it away.
Let's get it on. Game 1. Upper bracket semifinals. In one corner, Kia Nation. On the other, their adversary, not Nordic, Undream. Battle ensues. Let's get it on. P1 out in the open. It's going to be a bang out map. Everyone, I hope you brought your gunnies. You're going to need them. 3 in the feed, lighting it up in blue. It's Kia Nation all over the feed, all over the objective. Undream, nowhere to be found.
Nowhere to be found at all. Team Kia, the control is absolute there for the side of Kia, and that's because of the many kills that they're actually getting. They're doing a great job on those fights. In there, finally, it felt like UD were going to get inside, but Kia said no once again. Now the only one alive there is going to be a Legacy. Legacy trying to survive. Legacy trying to get the hill. Oscar's there as Yuki through the smoke, takes that kill, takes that control once again without realizing there's someone behind you, by surprise. UD still alive, even though UD, they had a small haircut, but the fight is definitely set.
That's still on. Here we go. Do-si-do. Big money hill coming up, P2. Very mixy P1. 20 split. Count it down the E middle. UD scrapping it out more. They just want it. It means more to them at this point. Mixy start. Kia started guns a-blazing. 1921. Here comes the hit through the front. Dakota shutting down the front. Swish as well right there with them. And it's a plethora of sea of blue. Kia do have one on the backside. Blaz going unaccounted for, but it's Shane to salad it up. Spawns are locked in yellow. And UD continuing the runaway with this P2. A little bit of trouble on the backside. Split spawns coming through for the time being. We'll see if UD can continue to manage control, but for the time being, it's Kia all over the point, smashing it to the front.
34 to 29. The fight inside of the hill is going to be now Yuki, who manages to survive now. Has to reload. They're still waiting for the next victim to walk by. And there it is. Fabuloso with a knock onto Dakota. Switch was trying to get inside. They're going to say quickly no to that. Kia doing a great job. And even more so because every single one of them is having a moment to shine, you know? Every single of the players on the side of Kia, they're either taking the kills or taking the objective. The coordination coming down from Kia is hurting onto the side of UD. Because when it comes out to the kills, I would argue that they are quite similar.
They are indeed. Yeah, the Slain Power is pretty neck and neck. The objective team, objective space, different story so far. The P2 saddled up and locked and loaded. Kia running away with it here on this P3 break. In the first 15 seconds, UD getting smashed again through the front. Yeah, you get the early rotation of P2 and you get blown out of the waters. And right now, Kia's making a pay. Some operators come out. Some big ones indeed in the feed. Shane trying to hold the back line for dear life. They're going to continue to have the spawns. The last 30 seconds still up for grabs, and it's a sea of yellow in the feed as well on the objective. A good back in control here for UD as they strike back.
Yeah. I'm liking seeing triple quadra kill now. Now, fifth player will bite the dust. Insane usage of that operators by the hand of Puedes. So we're reaching 12 kills for him, and because of it, the dominance was clear on those last few seconds of the hill. For the first time, we'll see UD actually be on top of this game. Now, moving on to the next rotation, the side of Kia. Let's see, because they are going to be a bit late to the party. There's only a couple players inside. There is going to be Yuki and Fabuloso. His ally is down, dusted to the ground. UD with the control. Dakota now using that claw could do a lot of pain.
Beautiful.
Cause a lot of damage, and that's great usage of the operator. The operators are being key onto the side of UD.
They are doing numbers indeed. Allowing UD to maintain control of this P4 site. 3 ways to enter it, and a plethora of ways to get kills around it. We'll see how you secure it. 2 players left standing here in yellow. Quinace going major, finds a 2-piece, looking for a third. It's a 5 spree in the feed for him. He's finally going to be traded out. Well, right now, it is a monster of a P4 here for the Undream roster. Shane and crew all over this objective. We'll see how much longer they can do it with the last 10 seconds up for grabs. Puedes yet again off the respawn. Going to be able to clean 1, make it a 2-piece. A little do-si-do around the corner. Puedes 1 shot with a Dream still alive.
Right, Dream still alive. 102 to 76, a 26-point gap favoring the side of UD. They also have a few operators available. One of them being for Puedes, the other one for Swish. Let's see if they are going to be doing something with them. Puedes wasn't a bit on the spree, by the way. Unfortunately enough, he actually got taken down. Now Shane will try to secure this area because, funny enough, it was kill 1 that actually was really solid for the side of Kia Nation. This time around not being as clean whatsoever, and because of it, the advantage continues to increase in favor of UD.
Yeah, UD's going to continue their lock and load too. They're going to want to steamroll this one. They want the spawns for new, and they want to capitalize on some time. You saw some ops pop, switch, now trying to collect. Trophy's going to save the day right there. Fabuloso's going to be able to get the environmental. Fabuloso's smoking them through the front. And all of a sudden, it's 88 and out the gate. They're looking for those backside spawns. Can't get too aggressive. Big feet there for Fabuloso. Putting them in the dirt. They get the flip to go along with it. Gilmania, shoes on the other foot. Early setup here for Kia Nation. Undream now on the back leg.
And because of that triple kill by Fabuloso, like you said, the spawns heavily now favoring the side of Kia Nation once again. Let's see if they can keep the momentum rolling in there. Fabuloso with the opportunity to cause some more pain in there. Opportunity here. Switch wants to go through. That's all going to be used. There's also the war machine still not being enough. Kia with 3 operators at the same time will clean the entirety of that area. There's still the war machine done by Shane. Still not going to be enough. Double kill from up above coming down from Fabuloso. He now has the war machine. Nobody can take him down. Somebody do something, because at this point, he's an absolute killing machine. No one can get through these doors. Finally, after 30 really difficult seconds, finally UD get through. The control that was given was just
it was earned. Operators coming through in full. Death machine putting you on the back foot. You get a last second flip. You don't get much of this scrap time. And now if you're UD, you kind of have to battle it out of the trenches again. You spent so much time getting those backs. Now you're going to have to do it yet again. We'll see if they can bank on a break through the front. Early rotation being made, more so less forced at this point. 135 to 122, slight cushion. Kia bracing for the hit. Here comes the impact. Legacy and crew in full effect. Big gunfights there for Prayer, but it's not enough. The numbers prevailing now in yellow. UD lighting up the feed.
Lighting up the feed indeed. The advantage is still wide close inside of Kia. Trying to close that gap. Gonna get kicked out this time around. Let's go along. Operators are now going to be popped on the side of UD. Dakota spotted there by Fabuloso, once again being the key player to try to go for those retakes, but this time it might not be as effective as it was in the past. In there, Shane finds a couple of kills. Doesn't matter if he dies, he's out still alive. Dakota with a claw will find one. Dakota with a claw will go for 2. Dakota with a claw just causing pain onto enemy souls. That's a triple and clean control of this area. Now a very solid advantage of 40 seconds. That feels real good on the side of UD. Everybody begins to rotate towards the next hill. And this was actually the Achilles heel on the side of Kia. They need to be careful, because if they don't get the control of this one, this game could be out of their hands.
Okay, caution. Careful is a state of mind in this particular instance. You need to coordinate your operators. You need to coordinate some streaks. Some streaks coming out on the left-hand side, right-hand side, rather. And now it's just too much. You set the Achilles, and buddy, they are ripping them away. You couldn't buy a kill in that feed to start off the opener, and with 20 seconds into it, it is completely blown out of proportion. The side of Kia Nation desperately trying to get back onto this objective. UD setting up a line of defense. Through the front, you're going to have one slide through, but there goes the reinforcements. It's going to be Shane finding the 2-piece. Claws at the ready there for Prayer. Trying to inch their way back into this. Going to get some collateral damage. Not going to be able to find too much of the kills, but it is doing a great job of zoning these players from UD off of the objective.
60-point gap has been built in favor of the side of Undream. Now 5 seconds left, we're going to go back into point number 1. The third set of hills will be upon us. And in here, the kills are going to be more and more important. They got to be careful on the side of Kia. Inside of the hill, no one there. Switch with a Tempest, we'll find one. The Tempest will find 2. Great couple of kills, but not a whole lot of value. And that's exactly what was an issue for a few seconds there at the beginning on the side of UD. They need to take as much value as they can. They have already built a good momentum. They need to keep the ball rolling.
Okay, they're getting steamrolled here. You said it, the Achilles heel is P4. Now you're getting griefed off the one objective that you kept mixing throughout the entirety of this hardpoint. It's P1. Can't finish it here, but you can pretty much nickel and dime. You are up by damn near 80 points rolling into it. Make it 70 to be exact. Verdict's mass a little out of date. Sure it'll be 80 by the time this one's done. Roll over to P2 as well. You're going to get the graces of a good spawn. You take a look at the bottom left of your minimap. This game's not just done yet. Prayer and Kia Nation could do the impossible to see if they can hold on for dear life.
Right, less than
Oh.
15 seconds left, and
Oh,
oh my
no.
god, again. Do not come down. It's gonna be important. Legacy with the equalizer. We'll find one. Bad news on the side of Kia. What once was a game that they sort of have under control, that control has been busted by the hands of UD. They are trying to get inside it. They will. They have their own operators, and Verdict, this could be changing the pace a bit.
It could do indeed. Here comes some operators reinforced. They know they got the back lines. Front lines also covered. Fabuloso doing overtime here. Switch from the backstab. Able to take them down. The numbers are prevailing in yellow. 11 seconds separating UD from closing this game out. It has been a firm hold for Kia. Will they be able to continue on for more? Legacy and crew looking to put him in the blender. Finds a first, finds a second, gets the third to go along with it. Palel and crew are here. This game still continues to linger on.
Oh my goodness, 30 seconds left and they don't manage to get it in there. Legacy tries to pull through. Legacy in the middle of a fight. Gets the kill onto Yuki. The only one alive now is going to be Sui. Sui is going to be executed by Paul. That triple kill will clean that area, and we will go to one more kill, one more opportunity. But the side of Kia will need to be perfect.
They do one more, unless Kia Nation can do the unthinkable. Legacy leading the pack. He's the tip of the spear. 3 points is all it takes. GG's, well played. It was close until it wasn't. You said it, the Achilles heel here for this Kia Nation team was that P4 rotation, and then you take the bread and butter away from them. The P1 not necessarily holding up to rank, and ultimately some time being collected. Nickeling diamond is all you needed to do. They weren't able to get the job done on the P2, but the P3 rotation locked and loaded. Undream come out the gate swinging here in the opener of this upper bracket semifinals. Gilmania, we've got a certified banger on our hands as they have a 1-0 lead.
That's right, 1-0 lead in favor of On Dream Team. But that was a banger. That was definitely a banger. We had Kia with things slightly under control, but then the side of UD, I guess they just managed to heat up that scenario and completely turn it around. It was a matter of them finding their own groove, and once they did, it was just game over for the side of Kia. 250 onto 181, and now they gotta begin thinking of game number 2. Search and destroy, one of those game modes that always opens even more possibilities for the underdogs this time around. Well, is the side of Kia. So Verdict, it is going to be on the slumps. We know how difficult it can be if you are not prepared well enough to what's coming. So I definitely want to see the side of Kia having the right strategies planned against someone like UD. Like we mentioned, this is one of the last few final chances that Kia will have if they want to gain one of those tickets onto the World Championship.
Yeah, they got to get past Undream, and as I mentioned earlier too, the Search and Destroy has been everything for Undream. This roster has made things happen in circumstances that you just really can't account for. And on the flip side of things, Kia have been a little bit known more for their hardpoint victories. So the fact that you weren't able to snag that game 1 is very telling of this series. We're expecting it to go the distance. We're expecting at least a game 4. We've been handed 3-0 so far. Is the line from second to third that far, though? I know it says in the scoreline and the stats in the leaderboard as far as points go. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. You mentioned it earlier. From third to fifth, there is a shorter distance between that than there is in third and second. So is it really that big of a fallout? So far, it's been proven true.
It has been. It definitely has been. But let's see if they can actually change that story. This is actually going to be one of the most important in time for the side of Kia, because as we all know, the further we went into these qualifiers and major, the more points that you actually gain from each of these situations. So if they at any point of the league needed to beat the side of UD, this is probably one of their best scenarios for them to do it. So let's see if possible, because in here it seems like everybody is ready and we will be geared up soon for this map of slumps. And I gotta say, Verdict, an interesting set of rotation for this best of 5. You know, that combine slumps, raid, arsenal, and meltdown is a bit different to what I tend to see, but I like it.
I like it too. We get two bang out search and destroy maps, not really, ones that you would expect to take a lot of thought into what you're going to push. It's either A or B. You're not spending a lot of time through mid and some of these slums is really just a waiting game. It's funny enough, it's actually favored a little more for the offensive team. And I don't understand it at times. There's some wallbang cheese on the backside of the defense. We've seen some crazy things on that end. You can literally wallbang the A bomb site from the midpoint, which is also crazy. So I just don't understand how you have all the advantages in the world, and the numbers seem to reflect that the offensive side still remains with the numbers to take these maps. So I think it's really going to be telling about how well this Kia Nation team starts off. You got the first 8 rounds on the offensive approach. Can you take the early advantages when it matters the most? And more importantly, can you close the game out? Let's go ahead and jump in and find out. It is Slum Search and Destroy, Gil. We are in map number 2.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And first blood already came through Fabuloso with a knock onto Swish. That's a great way to start. See what they do now. That kill alone will be more than enough to plant that bomb, so that is going to be 45 seconds on the clock. With the sniper shot being missed by Puedes, Legacy will begin to push, but get spotted there by Prayer. Yeah, with a perfect opportunity to take down one, Verdict.
Yeah, this is it. That's cheese right there.
Woo.
Blaze shut down Shane trying to take advantage of a nasty little spot. Is going to pay the price. Puede is going to be your hold. That's going to be the first round through. First round, good and good there for the side of Kia Nation. They strike rather quickly. As we mentioned, the advantage here on the offensive side, although it's very narrow, it still remains. We'll see how many rounds they can take here moving forward. Kia Nation, a firm start. First knock in. They find that rock down almost instantly off of it. Right now, they're rolling with the momentum. First blood going in favor of Blaze.
That's right. Legacy to the ground. Tried to be aggressive, but didn't work. And this time around, once again, early bomb plant. It seems like Kia definitely had a certain strategy to go off of. And that base is going not so bad. And as soon as I say that, 4 players die pretty much instantly, leaving Puedes Paul completely on his own. He tries to prevent the defusal, but he's not only late, he's also dead. And they are going to be evening those numbers 1 each. The Zad of UD may not be getting those first bloods, Verdict, but he closed that round.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that player pass through bricks, I was like, yeah, this is getting blown up. There's no way you're allowing someone to get that far forward after claiming that space for free. And you got to kill off of it. So a little bit of a ball dropped. One passes through, it makes you pay. So second guessing this push on through. You don't have the player advantage. They are just able to roam freely. In a better matchup, you are going to get absolutely blitzed, especially off that bomb site. Finally, some numbers coming through. It's going to be Yuhi left alone with his compadre in Palau. First blood's going to come through for Yuhi. He's going to be able to even us up in a 2v2. Legacy now on the hunt. Trail's gone cold. Is going to be able to force the back on down. Yuhi and Palau looking to dig this one out deep.
2v2. Great encounter there for Yuhi. Yuhi bites the dust. Great job down there for Shane. Hello. Now on his own. This time around, they did not plan the bomb. Verdict. And not only that, he also lost control over the explosive device. Paul is now going to go try getting it. And he will. Problem is, it's going to be the call for the enemies to have a general idea of where he could be. The timing was horrendous for him. Did not realize that there was someone over on blue.
Yeah, this is a real mix up there. Yuhi putting his team in a bad position. Bomb's going to be picked up there. No man's land. He didn't really leave him any kind of strategy to hold. He is able to rip somebody off. The FSS does have that power to peel Wiggs back there on the point. 14 seconds left to go. You're going to have to play time, or you're going to have to play the man. Shane wins the gunfight. Could have gone either way, but cover wins that 9 times out of 10. It helps that he hit some pretty decent shots to go along with it. So I gotta commend Palel there. He made the best out of a sticky situation and damn near clutched that 1v2. That's illegal, brother. You've been playing this game way too long. You should know nobody puts that bomb inside just like that and leaves your teammate out to dry. You can't put that bomb in a bad position.
Yeah, that was a very, very bad mistake. But this time around, I'm gonna go through that same scenario. Bombs down, 45 seconds once again. Chain. There was a key player for that second round victory for the side of UD. This time around, no kills just yet. 35 seconds. The hell is about to unfold.
It is. I like this hands-off approach. You get this site. Yuhi's able to play aggressive. You don't have to worry about if he gets traded out because the bomb's already down. And that's what he does best. Dakota going to be able to find the wall bangs there on the blast. 3 man's left standing on the left-hand side, right-hand side, rather. And well, Swish, he's going to peek into your spawn. He's going to find a 2-piece. Quaid closes you out. 3 rounds in a row. Undream. Putting their money where their mouth is, and well, right now they are shouting a lot louder than this Kia Nation team, who have been mic silent since the first round.
Absolutely are. The loudness is gonna become dizziness on the eardrums of the side of Kia. They don't shut them out quick. They're trying to do the same thing over and over again, but Kia are doing an even better and better job. Double kill there for Swish. Manages to survive. Shan's gonna bite the dust. There's gonna be the trade back now by Fabuloso. 2 for 2 trading now. 3 versus 3. Fight continues. But Kia did not plant the bomb again, which I would argue, that has been the only leverage that they've had so far these rounds. And without that, I don't see them winning this round.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, sometimes leverage could be a good thing. It could be a liability. Last round, they had the right idea, just couldn't execute. Dakota, that's got 200 rounds in it, buddy. We're reloading it, brother. He is putting them in an absolute nightmare scenario. Damn near catching the bodies there. Fabuloso tags him, bags him. Fabuloso does find one, makes it a little more doable. Palel needs to do the unthinkable. 1v2, peeks into the site. He's made site control. He's got Dakota. Forced to reload, shut down. Pistol out, switches back, flips. Legacy shut down. A big round for Palel to collect. And buddy, does he? Gil, finally. The drought here for Kia Nation ends on the back of a great clutch here from Palel. He was due.
Clutch godness in there from Palel. He almost did it the first time, and he absolutely secures it the second try around. That's a great round going in the side of Kia to avoid that bleeding goes too long for them. 45 seconds. Once again, planting the bomb. They just love planting the bomb there as quickly as they can.
And they don't care if they have the player advantage or not, man. They're going to use that advantage to their favor. Right now, they're riding on a little bit of momentum. Legacy looking to peek inside blue. Catches Palel offset. And I don't think Palel has known it. He will hear it momentarily. Here comes the hit. Catches him free. Gets a second. The spray transfer is immaculate. And all of a sudden, the shoe's on the other foot. Legacy looking to push on into that spawn site. Gets a heady to play with, too. The wall bangs can't save ya. Dakota finally gets the last one. The bomb's going to be defused in the midst of that. And just like that, UD calling their bluff. Snagging another round for themselves. And not necessarily the best start here for Kia. They need the next 2 to tie us up. And I'm going to be honest with you. The only 2 rounds they've won have been 50-50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's definitely not a scenario where they have had a clean victory round. Not by a mile. It has been very, very difficult for them to gain those points. Still possible for them to try again, and there it is. Bombs down, 45 seconds on the clock. One more Swish. But the first blood will go for more Swish. No features fight going deep into enemy's territory. Finds a triple, finds a quadra, has to reload. Legacy will steal the ace. Does not matter. They are not only stealing the ace, they are stealing the bomb. Imagine if that would have been an ace. I gotta tell you, Verdict, Swish, he's so aggressive that they are not even communicating properly where he is.
Yeah, last time it was Legacy. Now you got to keep a hold of Swish, and he does it even better. Legacy just says, let me keep up with you in the stat line. Let me steal that ace kill from you as well as the defuse. Dirty teammate. Love to see it. Legacy opening up with some kills of his own. Finds 2. Too quickly traded on through. Legacy. He's got the location. Have they lost sight of him? The stun's not going to hit. It doesn't matter. Fabuloso can't get the rockets rolling. That PKM's going to get shut down. Blez now looking on the backstab. Where is he gone? There's a lot of time. 1:30 on the clock. Rock's already down. It's going to be collected. So a little bit of time now as the standoff ensues. Blez is just going to continue to push forward. He has no idea where Legacy's gone. It's been so long. And look at where he's at. Right into Legacy's clutches.
Oof. No information just yet. It's actually on the wrong side of history, buddy. Legacy just waiting as long as he had to wait in order for him to safely and easily take that kill.
Yeah, just like a snake in prone, just waiting for you. Snag a little bite, just get a little taste of you. Nasty work there, Legacy. Let him cook, though. He's on double digits today. He had to keep up with Swish. Only 1 kill behind. 6-2 is your count line. Your stat, your score. You know them. You know what I'm saying. Now it's time to do opposite side of things. We flip the script. UD now with a chance to rumble and find some advantages here through the wall bangs. It's a little bit of a little standoff. We're trying to play a little bit of wall bang of duty here. We'll see if anything hits now as Dakota. I'm sure his accuracy stats are pretty gosh dang low. Palel says to hell with it. Does hit shots. Swish yet again shut down.
5-3. Of course, no longer have the. And I'm very surprised by Yuhi. Only 2 kills. You said it earlier. He was making mistakes that someone with his story on eSport, on this eSport, should not be making. And not only that, but he's definitely struggling to find his ground on this map.
Yeah, it's just not his map indeed. Dakota finding 2. Puedes another. It's down to 1. Yuhi. Last man standing. Will he go out guns blazing? Puedes. On the flip side of things, bomb's been planted. 28 seconds here for the clutch. He needs 5 for the defusal, just a little under. Shots land. Puedes on the trail. Yuhi now going to go ahead and see if he can call his bluff. Too much time has been. He's nowhere near you, bud. Why are we faking the defuse? Oh, man, Yuhi. Commit, brother. There we go. Oh. The gunfight it is. He takes it. Throws a shoulder. And sure enough, Puedes forced to peek there. I'm not quite sure that was the angle, but hey. Everything's out the window. Yuhi with a hell of a clutch 1v2 scenario. You spoke his name. He stepped up, Gil.
I don't know if he might as well have a mic on or something, because the second I start talking, he gets 1, 2, 3 kills on that round. Defuses that bomb. Finally, once again, stops the bleeding for his team. They're gonna need for him to do it again. Let's see if they all can. They stand around. A lot slower rounds when it comes down from the side of UD. They definitely do not have the same strategy as Kia did before by just rushing in. What an angle there for Shane. Takes down Cole. One of the more important kills to take on these rounds.
Absolutely. You take him down. You neutralize that sniper talent. He has been pretty much the leeway for you to get back into this search. Heart and soul. Obviously, we just saw a clutch there from Yuhi. Shane, cheeky spot. Looking to get anything going for the cracks. 2 bloods down, none in return. Yuhi. Stair glitch in Shane right there in a cruddy spot. Makes you pay the price. Rocks down, 40 seconds. It's all up to Fabuloso. Puedes peeling 1 back there on Prayer. Swish getting the final. And that's going to put us that much closer to map point. 7-3. As UD yet again strike again. This is starting to get a little long-winded. Outside of the clutches, there has really not been great rounds out of Kia Nation. They have looked completely out of this search. I mean, even if you do swing one of those 50-50 1v2 clutches in their way, it's still a 4v6, 4-6 in the scoreline. You're nowhere near the close to even in this matchup up.
Yeah, no, definitely. I have to agree with you on that. This time they have, well, a very good opportunity to actually get a round where it looks favorable for the side of Kia. What a shot there for Paul. Puedes to the ground. Shane trying to redeem his team. Finds that kill into Bless. 1v3 and he already knocked 1 out. does not have control over the bomb, so he'll begin to try to go for those off angles once more. And if I'm not mistaken, he also took a first blood on this round, didn't he?
He did. He did.
There it is. Looking to almost make an ace if he finds these 2 next kills. Still a minute on the clock, so plenty of time for him.
So we can do Fabuloso. Let's throw a shoulder. Slow peek's not going to work around here. This is the wicked Wild West, and let me tell you, the slums of Panama are very unforgiving. Shane looking to clutch it up for the crew. One of his pockets would go massive. The boys shall rejoice as they get a chance for another grand finals opportunity as they inch their way that much closer to closing this one out on Dream. On the backs of Shane, able to clutch this one up. The FSS in his hands. He's backing him up. Back towards the site. He's through mid. Fabuloso gets caught. Or Palel gets caught. Peeking through the mid site. And he is expecting the hit to come on towards the A site. And Shane putting him in the blender. We are on map point. Gil, I promised these lads a competitive matchup. And boy, were we wrong.
Again.
Yeah, I'm just a pathological liar, chat.
Jesus Christ. 3v1 and Kia chokes the heck out of that round. Incredible to see. They are just not doing what they should. They have the opportunities, but they are not taking them. Look at those kills. Look at those numbers. They are just so far apart. Puedes will open up the first blood of this round by knocking down Bless. All of a sudden, Fabuloso will try to redeem the squad by knocking down Dakota. Still not enough. Here's Fabuloso still playing without SKS. Has been doing a lot of good for the team. Not good enough. Just not good enough, Verdict.
Yeah, as my father said when I was growing up, I don't want you to try your best. I want you to do the best as someone who's better than you. And that's what you need right now. Kia Nation need to dig deep. Need to make it at least interesting. This one can't go out 9-3. You're in a bloodbath. You're going to be down 2-0 in the series. It is time. Saxophone's getting louder here for the boys from Kia Nation. They do have the player advantage, and Palel, who has been in a unit for this team, still alive. Hope still here for Kia. Yuhi doing what he does best and plays aggressive. Prayer there to combo. Puedes able to shut him down. He finds a 2-piece, brother. A 1v4 at grabs. Puedes, 30 seconds on the clock to make it happen.
Yeah, please don't. Like,
Not
as
like
much
this.
as I want to see it coming from Puedes. Wait, did you say he was in a 1v4?
Yeah, this is a technical 1v4. He finds these 2 kills, or he clutches this round. He clutches a 1v4.
Ah, and he also, if I'm not mistaken, had the first blood too. Plants the bomb, turns around. Here's the enemy, misses the shot. Fabuloso will not be forgiven on that. Finally, they make it happen. But even when they do, Verdict, I would question, why were they so far apart from one another in the middle of a 1-2? I don't know. It worked. It is what it is. They have time to, like, reset their mentality. Just have a second shot of breathing properly. They will be diffusing that rather easily. But they're still a single round away from just going on to the 2-0 situation.
Yeah, indeed. They're making it interesting. They're keeping the dream alive. And if not for anything, do it for morale. Do it for the vibes here for the team. You just can't go out in a 1v4 situation like that. They deny it. Would have been a great one, indeed, but nonetheless, denied. Hanging on by a thread. Kia Nation. Is it enough? We'll see if they can get the job done. Payoff round ensues. Jump shots through the middle. Bled's going to be forcing people back through that broken wall site. Palel looking to collect there on the backside. Prayer. The backline defense there on towards the backside of blue. Not a lot of motion here for this offensive approach. They're looking to play steady and passive. Maybe look for Dakota to find some openings. Yuhi, we know how aggressive he can get. Fabuloso able to find the first blood. And it is time for Yuhi to strike, but he bites more than he can chew.
Really, really poorly peeking without realizing that there was someone crouching with the chest to the ground. Pays the price for it. Now a minute left. There's still no clear opening for the side of UD. That's something that Kia need to take advantage. They have to take advantage if they want to continue this map going. A lot of trophies all over the place, so those nades are definitely not going to have any impact if anyone happens to still have one available.
Time's starting to dwindle. 30 seconds on the clock. Here comes the hit. Puedes. Brother, you are going up against the most dangerous gun in the game right now, and you are doing numbers like that. That is brutal. There's no excuses. Puedes able to find the first opener towards that A site. End of the line or beginning to a new path? Puedes says, potential end of the line. Legacy gonna go ahead and stick the rock. Pressure's on. 40 seconds into Dream. It's Palau, it's Fabuloso. Their time has come. Ante up. You gotta collect or you are sent back down 2-0. Palau trying to offer some kind of support on through. It is just pick your poison. Fabuloso gonna stick the plant. He doesn't account for it. Puedes cleans house. We're going to game 3. 9-4 victory on Dream. A nightmare for this Kia roster yet again, Gil. A catastrophe of a search and destroy, if I don't say so.
Absolutely, absolutely. On Dream team, just not allowing Kia to have any sort of possibility on this game. And I feel like at the same time, Kia just made a really a lot of mistakes. In quite honesty, I feel like there was a lot of openings, a lot of opportunity that it was just not being taken. It was not taken advantage of by the side of Kia. And UD, if you don't capitalize on those mistakes, well, of course they are gonna take the very next chance they get to knock you down, and that's exactly what they did. Well, Kia managed to take 2 more rounds there by the end of this map. It was still a clean control momentum going in favor of UD. Really, really well played. And it is really unfortunate, Bertie, because like we have seen so far, they have on the side of Kia, in my opinion, they have what it takes to take down UD, but they are making too many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, so what I would attest that to is they got the core fundamentals down on getting the rock, in a position to plant, right? They execute perfectly. The post plant is a catastrophe. You can't account for Legacy doing the things he did early on. And then also Swish, who was a primary factor into finding 3 and 4 pieces once you get the bomb down. There are mistakes, and then there are just not executing after, your setup. If you're not getting kills, you're not going to win rounds. You do everything right up until that point. All right? So there were a few rounds where it was, just sloppy gameplay. And then there were some of those rounds where you had mentioned where mistakes were made. Obviously, you toss a coin on some of those 1v2 50-50s that Palau had early on, or whoever it was that was alive later on in the rounds to clutch up. You take one of those on the backs of Yuhi, but even with that one other round that was a toss-up, it still doesn't. This map still doesn't go your way. You didn't look great on your offensive approach, and that was the big difference.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. For now, Verdict, well, it is what it is. It is still a 2-0 lead going in favor of UD. And now, well, we'll have to wait for a bit and see what's going to happen. Right now, it's going to be control on raid, Verdict. So we have another opportunity for Kia, I'm sorry, but are they gonna take it? That's the question.
Hey, brother, you're pulling a Verdi over there, man. I've been so good. You got me back on Kaya now. You might have won me over. Kia Nation set to take the stage here. Can they take one more map? Can they take a map at all against this Undream team? They're looking like a pretty clear victor so far. Dominant performance there in the search and destroy. They followed it up after a great hard point. A banger until it wasn't. Busted them wide open in the combine. We're going to get geared up for our third and potential final map of this upper bracket semifinals. But before we do, we're going to take a short break to allow one of the players there from UD to charge their device up. We'll be back on the other side of it. Shouldn't take more than 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for game number 3. I told you it'd be a short one. I didn't think it was going to be that short. We were ready to lock and load for what could be possibly the last map of this series. Yet again, another raid control. We've seen it twice already tonight. Wait, it's been thrice. Back to no, we saw a standoff earlier, didn't we?
Standoff.
Standoff. Okay, so twice. Old bread and butter here in Beverly Hills of Hollywood, California. It's an absolute delight to have this in the rotation still. I think this is one of those ones that aren't going to change anytime soon, as it is the most balanced control map that we have to date. And it really exposes teams who aren't able to get anything going offensively, because it's such a linear map, so hard to get out of spawn traps. You really have to get some progress going on those objectives early on, Gil.
It is very, very important that you actually have a plan, not only to go for a team deathmatch type of play style, but also to actually go for those objectives. And it is going to be really, really important for them to do so. Now, well, we're going to start up with the side of On Dream on the blue side. So with that in mind, they are going to be defending first. So, Kia, do you actually have a strategy? We saw that they definitely had a strategy for the slums. Unfortunately enough, that strategy was just not working for them. The post-planned action was just not favoring them this time around. Will they also have a plan? I hope they do, because they need to make it happen if they want to move on to the map 4.
Oh, you're absolutely right. They got to make it happen. I wouldn't say this is the strongest map for Kia Nation, so the odds aren't looking great. They have played a collective of 2 maps for an account of 28-12 record. 40 times they played Control, and they've won 69% of their raid maps altogether. Yet to see them on standoff, so I'd be interested to see what that stat looks like. Will they be able to convert it? At any given time, on any given moment, either team can strike, and it's all about momentum so far. Momentum's definitely, in the courts there of Undream. But again, we spoke about the search and destroy performance out of them. They delivered. Now can they do it in Control yet again? Would be a three-peat here if they are able to do so. I could certainly see this being a close one, but with the pendulum starting to swing towards, the favor of Undream yet again, I'm just praying that Kia keep it close.
I'm hoping that they do indeed. But let's not speculate anymore. Let's just right into game number 3. Control over on the beautiful hills of California. This is raid, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last attempt, or one of the last attempts for Kia against UD. Let's see if they can actually pull through with it. In here, inside of the hill, there's gonna be none other than Bless and Yuki are seemingly pushing a lot, and it seems like Kia definitely had a plan. Verdict, and the plan was aggressiveness.
It is indeed. The one thing you do got to deal with is a spawn trap. They've got you by the hold. Yuhi going to be able to clear out one. Here comes the other. The pinch is on. It's Legacy. He struck gold. Finds one. Is going to be able to escape. Eats bullets. Able to continue to play on his life. Inside the top he goes. Bless continue to play his on this court side. He has been a nuisance. This is allowing a lot of space on this A capture to come through for the free. And while Legacy's continuing to thrive up top, he's going to hop down and get his hands dirty, too, to go along with it. He's going to get shut down. So, all forward progress for both teams reset. 2 ticks of progress to show. Kia Nation striking gold early in that harder objective 2 cap. Let's see if they get the job done on ringside now.
Well, so far, I'm liking the fact of the back and forth coming down from the side of Kia. It has shaken things up so that the side of UD have not had a clean defense for this strategy. So far, they've taken 2 ticks off of both objectives. Now, kills, the lives, maybe what's most important in here. It's going to be a slight edge going in favor of UD. 10-7 and less than 50 seconds left. Fabuloso with the first knock. Going for the next one. A great toss off a nade. Will still not be enough. Verdict is -5.
Yeah, 38 seconds to advantage in favor of UD. They've got the lights. They've got the strong setup. They do give away their location, having a player on the objective, and then make them pay. Shane dusted off the heady. Blez able to stop the clock. So this one's still alive. Hopes and dreams. You play the objective, you are rewarded. Another minute added on the clock. Nade tossed. Shane looking for the exit kills to go along with it. Nade does hit. Blaz is shut down. We've got Ops on the left-hand side of the screen. Fabuloso also has one pocketed ready to go. Will they invest? 3v5 ensues, all a matter of time. You don't have to make this push just yet. But at some point, Fabuloso's going to have to give away this ringside location. Let's see what route he does play on the exit.
Really interesting to see. I feel like they're playing it very smart on the side of Kia. Single mistake and be the doom of the round. And each and every single one of these rounds are very, very important. They are crucial, even. There's Yuki with a knock. There's Fabuloso with the next one. Verdict. Oh, the knockout to Puedes.
Oh, man, the timing couldn't be any better. They might be able to clutch this. Be interested to see if they have to pop an operator here. Palel on the back line. Fabuloso through the front. Yuhi trying to clear it out. Here comes the War Machine. Fabuloso is invested. This is an expensive round to lose. Swish. Able to shut down one. Able to shut down a second. Yuhi, now the last man alive. Where are the comms? You know where he's coming from. He gets the capture. It doesn't even matter. The investment pays off. And the first round comes through. You play the objective. You are rewarded. Hell of a clutch there from Yuhi and Kia Nation. Striking quickly here on this offensive approach.
Risky. Really, really, really risky decision making, but it works. And that's what matters the most. In here, they do get that round really well done there for the side of Kia Nation. Now, UD are on the bad side of this map. At least as of now, we've seen them struggle, specifically more so in the beginning of these maps, so it wouldn't be a surprise for this to be something similar, but at least for now, Kia can bounce in the light as they have managed to take that one down.
Oh, they deal with Legacy on the back end. That's a plethora of kills. You can't even find a freebie. And this is brutal. They are doing exactly what Kia Nation did, but worse. They've gotten so much forward progress, they're going to be able to connect the dots. Here comes the operator, switch for the two-piece. Looking for him off the respawn. He's got free kills for days. Yuhi, you can run, but you are going to get pinched. You flip the map on its head, and now they are spawning laundry sites, so there's that disadvantage. But, man, they are just so far gone in the wind. It is forever for them to collect on anything outside of it. Firm hold here on the B side of things. 10 life lead. They are getting gouged. Gil. This one's going from bad to ugly. No op value to show off that Annihilator. Maybe one, so maybe it's not as bad as it seems.
All I want to say is that the operator usage has been chef's kiss on the side of UD. They used two, and they immediately capitalized on those. They use the third one now by Legacy, and once again making it have a huge impact on these rotations. Now 19-6. This is just the end. This is just a formality of a round that is definitely going to go in favor of UD. I do gotta say though, Yuki doing a great job there with that double kill. They immediately begin to push for more. It seems like they're going for a spawn trap. Problem is that they're no longer spawning verdicts.
Yeah, you can play trades if you want to. Kia Nation do themselves a disservice early on. The operators do find value off the rip. And, you know, they pretty much take your game plan and do it 10 times better. And they make it look significantly easy. Minute on the clock, 3v12. You still have to play the objective. And, well, for the side of Kia Nation, you can just hold firm here. It's only a matter before the hit comes. Where is it going to come from? I don't think it really even matters at this point unless we see the biggest chuckle of the day. Palel. Reeling back deep, finds one. They're trying to approach him through laundry site. He's forced to back down. Gets a little support from Fabuloso. Hold the phones. Palel and crew holding the fort down. It's a 2v7. They have done the impossible quite. No. The last hope there in Yuhi. It is numbers versus one. They've got trophies down. They've got the numbers. They've got the gunnies. A round back in favor. What could have been a chuckle, though. Let's be real. That got a lot closer than we anticipated.
Yeah, definitely did. And I mean, valiant effort coming down from the Kia. And even more so, if you think about the fact that they had like, what, maybe a 15 kill deficit? Just crunching that down up to the half of it is really good, well done. But problem is, you got yourself into that situation in the first place. Now Shane with the War Machine will find a two-piece to begin this round. Really pushing for more. That's the third one. Like it's nothing. Turns around. Who's the next victim? It is actually going to be a miss because his ally took him down first. Problem is now, Kia are pushing once again very aggressively, and seems like they will go for that same strategy once again.
Yeah, they will. Once you get that courtside approach, it's pretty much easy to get the map control and maintain. You just got to be able to have that life extension over there. As soon as I say that, it does fall fabuloso. No, never mind. Says, yeah, again, doing a little bit of OBJ as well as a little bit of slaying. He is going to get shut down finally, and Prayer looking to fill his role up top. He's got money room control. Swish just right in front of him. The call-out's got to be there. Oh, my God.
Oh, did he actually use that?
Oh,
there?
Yeah, dude, that's brutal. You just got absolutely sparted right there with that spear in your face.
Incredible way to lose that claw. And now Kia, you had a kill lead, but you're not maintaining it whatsoever. Only a 2-kill gap now. The side of A. There's Dakota now with a claw, finding 1, finding 2, finding 3. Nearly a trip is there. No, he does get that kill onto Yuki at the end, and all of a sudden, that's 10 for each side. The objectives are no longer being a struggle for the side of UD. And Kia, this is becoming more and more problematic as the time goes on.
It does. 20 seconds on the clock. You're racing that as well as the life disadvantage. You've waited out some operators. You've burned some. You've wasted some. Yuhi, giving you second life back on towards this A site. You got the numbers here. Can they maintain? Yuhi pops. Investment coming through. Does hit the third shot. Not going to be able to take down Dakota. And Swish wraps the rear. 4v3 here. They shut down the push onto A. They reverse the progress. The last hit here on towards the pool. And it's dead in the water. A firm hold this time. It's not going to go in favor of Kia Nation. A round snagged by the side of Undream, who find themselves on match point Gilmania. I said they did the offensive approach better. They cleaned up their defense. They have a chance to put Kia in the blender and into the losers bracket along with it.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that that's exactly what they're aiming for. There's Legacy with the opportunity to use his own operator. There's going to be the equalizer available for him. Does not take it out for a ride, and because of it, he gets knocked down by Yuki. The aggressiveness continues now by the hands of Swish. Swish to the ground. Legacy with the equalizer will find one. Immediately pushes now through mid. Trying to go through the kitchen, but surprise, surprise, there's Prayer. Bless now using his own equalizer to continue to try to defend this area, but Dakota will say no to that, and all of a sudden, who are these operators that are giving absolutely zero value to both of these sides?
Yeah, we were just commending the usage out of it right now. A little bit of a struggle even for UD to make anything happen on the A site, and just like that, it's blown out of the water. Yuhi putting some shots on through. Clear sight. A little bit more of a struggle for both these teams on the offensive approach off the rip. Second chance or third chance to go. Puedes pulling out the big guns. The boomstick. The annihilator. Legacy. Getting some map control. Shut down. Prayer and Yuhi. Pulling it back in. Puedes. Zero value out of his operator as of yet. He's popped it what seemed like a month ago at this point. Finally finds the first blood for his opening here on towards the A site.
Great shot there for Puedes, but gets spotted now by Prayer. The fight continues 12-12. This is neck to neck. The Kia a single step away from going onto the loser's bracket. And in here, UD are trying to do it. Great shot there for Shane. Has to reposition. You gotta be careful. 30 seconds left. Legacy with the double. Legacy going for the triple. Legacy. Enemy's territory. Make it his own. Just planting that seed that they can't feel safe anywhere on the map whatsoever. Legacy continuing that reign of terror. That's now 4 in a row, going for the 5th one now. A not quite captured by the hands of UD, and that could now become problematic.
I was about to say cue the saxophones, but hello, Kia Nation. They're pulling out their last guns. Here comes the Predator. Fabuloso. A Hail Mary here for the Hellstorm Pred. Does find Legacy. Won't respawn back here. Palel now looking to find the Tempest shots. 9 seconds. 2 left standing. They are on ring. Shane out of the equation. Make it 1. You didn't even need the Tempest, ladies and gents. We've got overtime.
All right. I see you, Kia. Well done. Well played. And not only that, but they did such a good job, like you mentioned, on the offensive. They took so many ticks off of those objectives. They will be on defense once more. Let's see if that's going to be a plus or a minus sign for them. Legacy. First blood now with a nade. already 23 kills. Has been one of the key players for his squad, but he's not the only one. They are all doing amazing so far. In here, kills Verdict is actually Swish.
Yeah, Swish, man, he's been Johnny on the spot. Anytime they need somebody to get us out of a pickle, he's been the man with the plan. Looking to get a little too aggressive, does pay the price. Loving the map control idea. Execution wasn't quite there. And, well, what we looked around the first 2 times around for the offensive approach, that A-side push, this time around they throw a little bit of a rather normal push. It's onto the ring site, and guess what? It pays to be simple in that regard. They get the cap. They got 2 minutes on the clock. Legacy and crew looking to finish the job. Legacy, 1 shot, not able to heal fully. They're going to be able to send them back on through. Dakota does pull out the claw and does shut down 2. Life lead still in favor of UD. Can they hold on for dear life up top? They're spawning in. Shane ripping them off with his heady. Is going to get taken down, but he's allowed a lot of time and a little bit of free space. Yuhi wastes his Annie too. This is the end of the line.
Yeah. 10 kill gap going in favor of UD. Now Legacy will begin to push for more, going through that window onto the enemy's territory, but they own equalizer from Bless. We'll take 1, we'll go for 2, takes it, but they were just too far apart. Swish with a Tempest, then the 3-piece that happens pretty much instantly. Verdict. That will be a round for the side of UD and a victory 3-2 on this map. Once again, the side of Kia will fall on short. UD will continue to be on the winner's side of the bracket, and because of it, and to actually no one's surprise, it seems like there's a possibility to Verdict that tomorrow, remember that would be for tomorrow, we would see that winner's bracket final between Severities and On Dream.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. We've seen that one a time or two before. Paying out differently here, I don't know. I'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. What we will see is, in this series, what was promised a phenomenal, close, competitive one was just UD continuing to sharpen their craft. The last time these two met, it was Open Qualifier 1 in the fall. It was a 3-2 for Kia Nation. Or no, it was a 3-2 for Undream against Kia Nation. Is the gap getting that much wider? Is Undream starting to finally get back into full stride? They have been shut down back-to-back time in Open Qualifiers against Sybarites. Will they be able to get their revenge as they are 0 for 4 against them since the points major, Gil? Interesting that they will see another chance at a upper bracket finals, maybe even a grand finals. We've seen them dance a time or two. Sybarites, when they hit full force too, they are a just ungodly team to face off here in North America. Been undeniable. They've only dropped 1 event so far throughout the entirety of their run.
That is very, very difficult to see, but they have managed to pull through. Why, you may ask? Well, they have managed to find that consistency that is so difficult to obtain, right, Verdict? The side of Severities have had a single loss, like you mentioned, and unfortunately enough, it was actually in one of the most important stages, which was the first major on the summer major. And, well, that just showed to us that they are not perfect. They can bleed, and bleeding they did. And well, I feel like it is one of those situations where Severity, they are constantly trying to improve, but at the same time, we can say the same about UD.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at the brackets. I do have audio for this now, so we should be good. Does look like that series is completely chalked and done. We'll take a look at it. Undream able to take the 3-0. Sybarites and Zidalix still in their matchup too as well. Maybe not have been reported. I don't know. We did see Sybarites actually take a L in their first series today, a 3-1 victory though. Nonetheless, have been unbeaten since then. Zitlalix yet to drop a map today at all either. So I'd be interested to see how that series, we were debating on whether to jump into this one or the other. We ended up with this one. It was a speed run. We didn't realize Undream came in unhinged and just wanted to complete the day. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, definitely not bad at it at all. I feel like Undream gave their best. Kia tried to do that as well, but well, mistakes were made. It is what it is, and I gotta say that although we didn't go to a 4, it was very, very interesting to see those moments where Kia was actually keeping up with UD. fantastic.
It was. That was a great control. I had to go back and rewatch that round 5 to kind of figure out where things went wrong. Obviously, you can brush up some of those rounds. Some of those things you just can't account for on any given day. Any of these teams can show up and show out, and obviously today it was Undream's chance to do so. And it's their right, man. They have pretty much been a pressing power here in North America. This is a chance for them to go through and not necessarily make things even with Sybarites, but certainly make that a spicy series nonetheless. That's going to take us to our final series, chat. 3 in, 3 out, all 3 O's across the board. On the other side of this break, we're going to have our 4th and final matchup. Will it be a 3-0? Stay tuned to find out. We'll see you on the other side of it. One. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our fourth and final series of the night. It is the lower bracket round number 2, if I'm not mistaken. I try to keep up. We're trying to keep it rolling as we are good to go here in our final series of the night. Should be an interesting one. Nordic Adversary versus Zero Main Gilmania. Talk to me. This series, I have, very strong implications on it possibly going the distance. Am I right or wrong?
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It seems like this is not the first time that they have faced off in this exact round, even in the past, where Zero Main and Nordic went all the way through. They went all the way through to the game 5. And Verdict, I said that I didn't want to say it, but I feel like I have to in a sense.
Say it, do the thing.
We once again have the possibility to go into the distance. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
We have these two again.
You know what? It couldn't have been any better. Anybody else here in the world other than you, I would not want to go the distance with. It's just you and me, brother. We're going to go down on that hill all night long. Pause.
Sorry.
I did not mean to sound the way it did. Chat, don't clip that and put that on. I do not need to be on Twitter again doing something suspect. It will never be able to redeem what is left of my tarnished reputation. Nonetheless, best of 5 spread coming up. It's Combine, it's Slums, it's Raid, that's the last one. Jesus Christ, Verdict, come on. It's Takeoff, it's Slums, it's Raid, it's, God dang, it's Combine, it's Coastal. Maybe I wasn't wrong. Maybe I was just early.
Yeah. We're going to start up this hard point over on Takeoff, and I'm intrigued because now we have two teams who have once done it all the way to game 5, but that was I actually thought that it was on the first qualifier, but no, it was actually on the second qualifier. So 2 weeks ago they faced off one another, and Nordic ended up being the team who won 3-2 by going all the way to the 5th one. And I'm checking the map rotation, Verdict, and at least according to Play Mobile GG, it was the exact same rotation.
No, shut your mouth.
Slums, Raid, Combine, and Coastal.
Ain't no way. Are you sure you're not on the current one?
No. It says 3-2 and even says the result.
Oh.
So unless this is the script for today, I think it's the new one.
All right, well, script's been leaked, chat. We're going the distance. That's right. It's us all night long. In your face, on your screen. Do what you will. Do what you might. Let's get it on. It is losers bracket round. I'm trying to keep up. Someone who is quite informed. Round number 4, chat. Let's get it on. Such a dramatic entrance onto the stage. We've got 4 players loaded in on the left-hand side of the screen. We're going to wait for that 5th player to load in before we toss you into the deep depths of hell that is a Takeoff hardpoint.
Yeah, let's wait for a minute until everybody is set, and they are. They are, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all are ready, because this one, once again, has the possibility to be an absolute banger, and that's exactly what I wish for us to see. We deserve it. We have earned it. We have seen good gameplay so far, but we have not seen a map for as of today. Let's see if this is going to be the first time.
All right, you say banger. I say I hardly know her. Let's get into the action. We're into the thick of it. Zero Main, looking to get a little bit of outside control. They're going to be able to take advantage of a little bit of points off the rip. Rack them up as you can. Nordic Adversary got blown out of the water here on this map earlier. If I'm not mistaken, it was against Kia Nation, and they made them absolutely bite the pillow. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we didn't see that. Maybe I'm painting a picture that wasn't there. Who knows? You have to tune in and find out, or reverse the stream. Zero Main still all over the objective, and well, they're doing a great job of finding some time here in P1. A great job of doing some outlandish things too along with it, and finding kills to go to as well. So great hold here in the P1 site. P2 setup coming up right around the corner.
Good fight. A lot of action, a lot of dead bodies all over the place. Look at there. Graffito with 6 kills so far using that SKS. Really good outside of the hill control for the squad that is going to allow 25 seconds in for the side of Zero Main. Now, the rotation is going to be done, but unfortunately enough, they die. They lose a lot of players. The only one left alive there is going to be Kobe. Kobe then retakes the control for the squad, and although they lost a lot of players, their defense inside of the hill has been really, really good.
Immaculate. Tio on the outskirts finds one, make it a 2-piece. Make it 3. Oh, and a 4. Feed the man. 4-piece, no biscuit, all fries, all gas, all day long. He's here to stay. A little bit of a scrap now starting to come out of Tio, and well, it was starting to be a rough start here for Nordic Adversary. They are putting their money where their mouth is here at P2. Early break, early time, free kills to go along with it. Now it's a race over towards new, as well as solidifying some of this time on old. Doubling up is the point. Tio, not so fast, my friend, he says. A double nade over the top. 0 main. Right back in it.
That's right, they sure are. They are about 20 or so seconds behind, and the rotation is going to be done a bit late, I would say, on the side of Nordic. Let's see if it works. It seems like Cini was trying to be sneaky, trying to be cheeky over there. Unfortunately enough, they caught him quite early. There's friction now, trying to push now with the War Machine. A tremendous cleanup by the hands of Zero main, and he felt like he could have been a defensive push for the side of Nordic, but a really, really great retake. Fight continues, and the back and forward is allowing the side of Nordic to at least not fall too far behind.
Yeah, they're not getting flat-faced right here. Cray doing a great job playing his life. Trophy saving his life. Not able to heal fully. Has to push on through. Up top here comes the Fiction. It's a fact, buddy. He's here. Ain't no question about it. 15 seconds remaining. Nordic doing everything they can to get back and claw their way in, and just like that, back into the blender they go. They got one rogue spawner in Zinni. He's going to be dealt with. You can play it through O if you're Tavo, and he's going to be able to find 1, make it a 2. No, not good enough for the 2. Rotations over the P4. Do you get chained, or do you step or put your foot down and shut the door? Right now, the door's being shut, and let me just tell you, it's 0 main all over it.
Absolutely is in here. There's Fiction, 14 kills so far, getting another one and a double. Assistance and a great way to stop that push. A 3-man push that bites the dust pretty much immediately by the hands of Zero main. And on top of it all, there's going to be now the Tempest being used by Cray. Unfortunately enough, there's Cini to take that double. Now Sparky tries to defend. Cini once again with a Quadra. Tremendous retake now for the side of Nordic. Now from up above, there's a Fred Missile who takes no kills. Actually, I thought he was going to take someone down, but a great control there now for the hands of Nordic.
Here we go. Good hold out here for the pack. 15. Split spawns coming through to Tio. He's all over it. Equalizers at the ready. Able to find the first. Wait for the anticipation of the spawn. Expires at the incorrect time. Sparky hops out, shuts him down. Is instantly traded. 89 to 90 through the first set of hills. Neck and neck as we go. What was starting off to be a little bit of a brutal one is starting to become an interesting one. Gil, it looks like we haven't lied to the people this time. Just yet. Still plenty of farpoint to play.
Yeah, plenty of time left, but as of right now, they are neck to neck. Just side to side, trying to have a lead, but unfortunately enough for either of them, those leads are quite small and easy to turn back around, and that's exactly what Nordic are trying to do. But it seems like Zero are doing, for the second time now, a really good job at defending the inside of this fountain on P1. Finally, they will be able to do a breakthrough by the hands of Nordic. 20 seconds left, and the control, the timer, the differential in points still in favor of Zero, but slowly the side of Nordic are trying to take the lead.
Yeah, they are. What was neck and neck now still very much so close. About a 13-point difference is separating the two. Make it a 10-point as the time trickles a little over 11 now. And a setup that is solid here for the staircase side of things. Spawns locked in. You got a little bit of a split situation. Let's see how Nordic Adversary handle it. Here comes the operators. 3 at the fold. 0. Looking to get on this objective. Here comes the hit. 3 in the feed. Lights up yellow. Cray up top. Sparky and Graffiti shut down. Down low, it's Fiction who is going to be able to shut and final kills on through. Back off the respawn they go. It is a firm hold here for Zero faction. Or Zero main.
right, okay. In here, finally having a bit more than just 10 seconds their way. They're increasing that by the second. The side of Nordic, they struggled on the first time around, and they struggled once more to try to get into this stadium. Finally, they're seemingly going to do it. There's Cini pushing in. Cini alongside with his eye will take down Graffito, and now they are going to clean out the area. There's Fiction coming from behind. They still manage to survive, but still not going to be enough. Off of the 60 seconds, about 35 were given to the side of Zero, and because of it, an over 40-point lead that will favor the side of Zero main rotation. It's going to be done early by the side of Nordic, and they need to be perfect to try to close that gap.
Yeah, trying to do it. They're going to try and close this gap. They're going to get spawns for noobs. Secrets locked. Tatio. Down his legs he goes. Sam contesting. Can Sam shut down John at a distance? Able to reinforce here with the War Machine. He's got 32 to his name, but it's not enough. Up top, Tatio now starting to pop there with the equals. Is going to be able to find a two-piece. Shutting down Sparky up. And here, lighting up the feed. Needs to hold on to this objective. What was neck and neck through the P1, starting to get a little out of hands. They're starting to reel it back into reality, Gil. We got ourselves a game. This hardpoint certainly delivering for the night.
Definitely delivering. Now a close matchup is what we wanted, and a close matchup is exactly what we're getting in here. Once again, Nordic are doing as they want, which is trying to close that gap to about 20 or so seconds, and they are once again going to be rotating early. Let's see if they can defend. Now Fiction trying to push through, gonna quickly be told no by Sound. Cini continuing the defense inside of the hill, but it is not going possible. The fight continues on the outskirts of it. There's Cini with the death machine, finding one, finding two, then Cini pushing for more, doing a great job to make sure that no one can walk through that door, and it seems like they are once again going to completely close that gap. And not only that, Verdict, but they have the opportunity to maybe get a certain type of deal with their
It might be. That might be the case. The operators coming through in full effect. Cini and crew 2 seconds away from closing this gap, and just like that, they get so close, and the door slammed right back in their face. A reality strikes yet again. Is a lead, yet going back in favor towards the side of Zero main. The operators coming through in full effect there with the death machine. Kobe looking to stand up and stand out. The War Machine, or not the War Machine, but the FSS Hurricane. It is a pack-a-punch weapon if I've ever seen one. He's got the machine pistol to go along with it. He's got equalizers at the ready, too. Kobe looking to have a pocket full of sunshine here on the P1 reset as we get geared up for a third set of hills. 25-point lead. Still trying to close the gap is Nordic adversary. Zero main looking to put him in the blender.
Yeah. Like we went close yet so far, but once again, see what they've done in this point in time. A real bot from P1. This could be problematic for the side of Nordic if they're not careful enough trying to defend from the inside of that fountain. Through the smoke, it felt like Tatio could get that time, but unfortunately enough, he was caught by surprise. And Tatio continuing to be that OBJ player that he always likes to be, but in here has just not been enough. They get close, they get to less than 10 seconds away, but Zero continually shutting that door so strongly that it in a sense just makes them dizzy, and because of it, they take to once again increase that gap. Look at those Verdict.
Zero main. Could close it out here. They got the early setup. Kobe shut down. Here comes the TO. The OBJ player you mentioned, a 4 spree. Second life being brought back to Nordic adversary, and he is continuing to mow him down. Line him up, knock him out. A big hold there. Where's the rest of the cavalry at? They're coming off respawn. Kobe shut down. Sam able to find a plethora of kills. Fiction gonna get shut down by himself too. And all of a sudden, another leeway back in. Let's see if they can continue the gang ground here on this Zero main roster.
All right. There's no Zero. Let's see if the Tio can defend his allies. Does realize that there's someone pushing in. Finds one. The Tio now has to reload. Finds the second. Does not matter. Only 8 bullets left. Manages to reload and finds yet another kill. That's a 3 before the Tio. Finally, they're going to knock him down. They're going to clean that area of 30-second gap. And And there's 10 seconds left. This is not going to be enough for the side of Zero main, but the side of Nordic, they're trying to prevent the scrap time because at this point, it is no longer a scrap time. It is just a few steps closer for your opponents to take that victory. Rotations are going to be huge for both sides. And Zero Fiction with that double kill will clean that area, but still not going to be enough. Operators going to be popped. And this is the opportunity for the side of Zero to try to close it if they can.
Oh, they could. Here comes the hop push. You got 2 up. Tavo looking to go big. Sparrow proves fruitful. It's not enough, though, for Kobe. He's going to be able to find 1. Cray now, next man up. Cray shut down. Zinni pulling out the death machine. Making light work of it. Keeping the dream alive here. Both teams can win off this technically. Graffito now trying to reel it back in for his crew. He can taste victory. Finds a 3-piece. Gets shut down. Cray looking to finish and touch on it. Zinni, last man up. He wins the gunny, but steps into the smoke. Or to the shock.
Oh, Kobe with the kills. They're going to clean that area. 2 seconds left. They take it. No, the fight continues. CB managed to stretch that a bit further, but still not being enough. Incredible end of a game. They tried their hardest to the very end, but Zero main managed to still take that victory. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? Incredible way to start off this series.
Incredible, impeccable, absolutely diabolical. Was so close for making the comeback. Gets shut out multiple times. Denied there on the finisher. The P3 finish. Just too strong for Zero main. They take map number 1 here. 250 to 223. Graffito, an absolute dominant force to be reckoned with. Drops a 53 bomb. Finds a minute on the hill to go along with it. Massive impact. Flip side of things, Zinni, man, 57 and 40. Finding a lot of kills there with the death machine towards the end. Just not enough to do it and get the job done there on the make or the comeback. I don't think this is a make or break game by any means. But if this is telling of how the series is going to go, we might not have lied to anybody. We might be delivering on some good games finally.
And I mean, I would like to say that I do question a little bit on the side of Nordic, because if you did take a closer look onto those numbers, they had the key lead by a long shot. I want to say about what, 20, 25, maybe 30 even. They were not really taking those OVJs the way they would have liked. I wouldn't say that they were doing a poor job, but it was more a matter of Zero main having such a way of fighting inside and out of the hill that it was just difficult for the side of Nordic to actually gain that security when being inside of the objectives.
Yeah, man, it's PTFO. It's hardpoint for a reason. This isn't kill confirm. This isn't team deathmatch. Sure as hell ain't frontline. This is a competitive, game mode. It's a race to 250. You've got to play the objective. Tio started to strike really, really well towards the end. I surprised the man still has that kind of gas left in him. I'm used to seeing him, stream while he's sleeping. I'm not used to him, coming in and handling the young bucks like he's, fresh on the block, man. He's pushing weight right now. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert there. As you mentioned, it is an objective-based game mode. You might have outslayed by about 20, but you got outplayed on the objective by damn near 100 points with contest time alone. I think that you could put those numbers up. If we saw those statistics, it would 1,000% favor the side of Zero main, and it pays to play the objective.
It definitely does. It definitely does pay to play the objectives. But for now, search and destroy on Slums Verdict. We've seen it today. We are going to see it once again. And I'm intrigued to see who will be the player to use that PKM, because there's just no shot that we are not going to see PKM on Slums, right?
Yeah, this is paper thin walls. It's Slums. It's a peanut butter and jelly combination. I don't think you can name a better duo in here. Maybe some wallbangs from the Sniper or the SKS. But certainly going to see some PKM, and how you counter it is going to be crucial. We talked about the numbers early on. Well, we didn't talk about John Snack, brother. He is feasting on him. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or hell, just an afternoon one. Let him have at it.
Incredible 3-piece to start up this one up, and that's a Quadra now The only one alive is going to be Graffito. Graffito now in the middle of a 1v5. Very good way to start for the side of Nordic. They were not happy about losing the first hard point, and well, Graffito, I'm so sorry, but I feel like you are at this point just delaying the inevitable. You no longer have colleagues and you have no control over the map. Sini with a headshot will knock him down, and the first round will go in favor of the side of Nordic.
Well, we've seen it time in and time out. You know, first rounds are not indicative of how Search and Destroys go. As a matter of fact, for the past 2 matchups, we saw first rounds go in favor of the losers. So, is it the beginning of an end of a cycle, or will dominance reign supreme? We'll be able to strike it up. Tavo will be able to strike first. Sparky able to take the advantage. Graffito very much so pushed up. Where's the callouts here? PKM starting to roll on the backside. Graffito is in your spawn. Unfortunately, Cray no longer in a position to get any kind of trades. They're going to sandwich him. Big gunfight there for Graffito. He's going to be able to even the numbers up.
Good kill there. Oh, and a double kill there for Cray. When it felt like the side of Nordic could try to, well, increase that advantage, Zero will quickly shift that momentum to even numbers. Out 1 for each. Round number 3. Let's see what's gonna happen. It is Kobe, the one with the PKM, because we all know it, ladies. There's no shot that we wouldn't see it on a map like Slums, where the grip of the walls is about as much as it is for a wet paper towel. It is just crazy.
Yeah.
Can just jam through the walls.
I mean, at this point, they should just take the walls down and let us, like, free-for-all in the middle of the map. You shouldn't have it, you know, it's
just a square.
Yeah, just to let it be a square. That's what it should be, right? PKM's ripping through and tearing through pretty much anything. Evens are the numbers here, as we do see a trade come through. Tio on the PKM on the flip side of things. Kobe! On the flip side. An offensive approach. We've seen this time in and time out before here in Slums. It's slow and steady winning the race. Calculated is the push. Tavo giving the advantage back in favor of Zero main. Not the odds you like to see. Yuhi was very similar in that playstyle earlier. Literally got killed in the same exact manner, in the same exact way. And we're going to start to wonder, if you don't have anybody there in position to get trades, why are we peeking through mid on the defensive side of things?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I don't really see for it, but they both tried and they both paid the price. Now, 4v3, less than 40 seconds on the clock, and the side of Zero got to begin thinking about pushing forward and planting that bomb soon, or go to the kills. There's a Tio trying to defend from the middle, but he gets popped by Graffito. Now, John, the man, the myth, the legend who got 4 kills on the first round, has found his 5th one now. Bombs planted, and still a 1v3. See how John can unfold against 3 different players. They have him completely located, but they are not pushing. They're trying to play it slow.
Yeah. John Wick or John Snack? Who you got? Right now, John stacks up. Does find the first of the 1v3. He did spot one cross earlier. No telling where that player could have been. He's got to cross the middle of the line at some point. And well, time isn't his friend, and neither are the 2 players left standing on the right-hand side of your screen. Another round in favor of Zero main. Whiffs. 2-1 lead. And we mentioned it earlier, the first round not indicative of at all of what a Search and Destroy is going to be here in Slums. As a matter of fact, it's been quite the contrary. You take that first round, it's doom, and so far, that method has been proven to be solid. Let's see how much longer it will stand true, and if any adjustments are going to be made here. First blood in favor of John, or Cray rather. Not a good sign if you're Nordic adversary.
Not at all, that's for sure. Now, without having the player lead, they want to push. Seems like John does want to go forward. Finds the first opponent, but there's Graffito with a headshot onto John. Truly being his neck, so delicious to take. That allows a 5-3 to unfold once again in favor of the side of Zero main. And now, Nordic, they gotta change something, because yeah, they took the first round Verdict, but I think that was heavily because of that initial play by John, where he ended up taking 3 kills, and of course with a 5v2, it gets a whole lot easier, but of course Zero fixes the mistakes, and that's no longer being the case.
I mean, just give them the game at this point. Like, if we're gonna continue to push where we don't need to push, like I get it. You know, patience is a virtue, and good things come to people who wait. The offense have shown that you can wait and just watch your opponents piss down their leg, making mistakes round in and round out. First it was through mid. That time it was through boxes on the brick side of things. I mean, hell, dude, just give them the keys to the car and let them take off with it. You don't even need to play this game out at this point. Why are we giving rounds away after this? This is a tough watch if you're Nordic adversary. I know this map can be very damning, very telling, but brother, it is. I mean, quite literally a waiting game if you're the defense, and if you go in your gunnies after they cross the 50-yard line.
Yeah, Verdict showing a bit of tough love to the side of Nordic, but it's the reality of things. They are making so many mistakes that they are allowing their opponents to just easily take those rounds. And because of it, well, we're now watching a 3-1 lead that feels like Zero are pretty much always with things under control. Maybe that first round was a hiccup, and after that, they have done a really, really good job. And well, let me tell you all that it was actually the side of Nordic who, on the past situation, won the hard point, and it was a victory then for Zero Main on the search and destroy, with Zero already winning the hard point and doing really, really hot on the search and destroy. Verdict, this is just looking very, very poorly for the side of Nordic.
I mean, at this point, they're not even winning gunfights as the cross comes through. Rock's going to go down. Tough love is needed when tough love is demanded for. Tabo going to be able to find one. Tio out of the trade. It's down to one. It's Sam, the one and only. 4 rounds in a row. Zero main, whether it be by default or by earning it. That one, they find the first 2 bloods. They do the right thing to get the Rock down. And then they just win their gunfights. They are just better at this particular moment. Will things change here for the side of Kia Nation? As of right now, it's not looking good. A lot of momentum being checked. Tavo going to be able to peek in. Does pay off. They've got 2 flooded on through. They're taking things in their hand. They put the backlines approach. And now Fiction's left on his own. His 2 players have just been taken right in front of his face. He's going to be another victim.
That is not going to be a 3v2. Oh, thank you. I think doing a great job with the SPS for him. There's Sam breaks through the donut and gets that breadstick. First kill, and it only took him 6 rounds. Now, it's a 1v2. And I still gotta say that Sparky, he's not necessarily in a bad spot, and even less so if you think about the fact of how far apart both players on the side of Nordic are. He's gonna spot the first one. Oh! That is crazy.
Yeah,
that is one of those moments where you're like, there's no shot that there's someone there, right?
Well, I mean,
he was not there.
He accidentally sprinted right before he walked out of blue, and you saw Tatio. If Tatio doesn't get that sprint sound notification, like if that doesn't go off in the back of his head, he is not looking at that angle. Just unfortunate timing there. Tatio gets graced with some good timing indeed, and the change of pace pays off, so it's okay to be aggressive, just don't let it be a minute and a half in the round when you're in a 4v4. Take things in your own hands. Right now, 2 bloods come through. It's in blue, or not blue. It's in yellow. That's going to be in favor of the attacking side of things. Cray doing what he does best, peeling back the skulls. Wallbang's not landing for Kobe. Did get a little bit of action early on. They've hopped the fence. Gil, this push might be warranted. Oh, you win an up-close gunfight too. Sean is back to being him.
3v2, and John already with 9 kills now. Last time it was Tatio and Sam who clutched it up. But they now also have the power of John Snack, who's carrying a barrel, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. Let's see what he can do with it. But as of right now, the slow pace of playstyle coming down from Zero was working, yes, but in a 3v2 with less than a minute left, it's going to be difficult.
It is. See if they can burrow out of this one. Zero main. Took 4 rounds in a row. They're on the brink of losing 2 back-to-back. Cray looking for the approach. Even with the notification of the sounds coming through, Sam gonna get taken out. All down the one. John making work of it. Tatio collects. And a great tandem combo right there to close out the rounds. They are itching their way back into it. And a little bit of change of pace and a little bit of patience after you do get those opening bloods or those trades, that player advantage, you see the retreat back on through. This is the play style you need to see out of the side of Nordic Adversary. Here comes the smash on through. Change of pace is what was needed here for Zero Man. Wrong! Tatio says the hand's hot. And buddy, he is feeding them.
Got a double, and doing a little bit of damage will still not be enough. They didn't push in time, and Sparky manages to get a kill. Cena gets another one. Great with a retake. Now that's a 1v2. Once again, heavily favoring the side of Nordic. They finally have awakened. They finally have the opportunity to even those numbers. Oh my goodness, through the wall. Send them back to the spawn. Just now has to wait because John's still alive, but my goodness, what a shot.
John's got an FSS too. Cray's got a shotgun. The timing couldn't have been any worse. The sound. Cray's leery of the situation. He's aware of the wrap, and it looks like he's just going to be able to take advantage of where was that last location known, right through the middle of the graveyard. A deep push on through to both spawns we go. Cray did have the advantage of knowing where John was in proximity, but is spooked and forced to wrap. Here comes the plant. 30 seconds on the clock going to be pushed up. Mechanic shop is where John's coming from. He's been red. Shots have been landed. Cray forced to back down. 1v1 now and 35 seconds on the clock.
35 seconds indeed. John Snack still without FSS. Oh, Cray with a wrap all the way around, but I think he's gonna... Is he gonna be late? Oh my goodness. 20 seconds left. John begins to push. He does not have any heal, but he is. John has done it. Gets the kill, will get the defusal, and Verdict. We're back to square one. They're even. And it took them a whole lot of rounds to actually get back into their feet, but it seems like finally they have done it on the side of North.
Yeah, just when they get the swing of it, we got to flip the script and do it on the flip side of things. Great way of bouncing back. They were getting slobber knocked for the first five. Well, I'll say the first, second through fifth round. All right, it was 4 rounds in a row, and then finally get their wits about them. They change the pace up a little bit. They get aggressive, but then they fall back. And some great timing there for the clutch to be shut down. Now let's see if they can do it on the offensive side of things. Wall bangs, Kobe not allowing you to have any space here on what is the favorable side of the pushes. You'll see 90% of them come from this angle. Brick side for a reason. It's a lot easier to get some kind of control through. It's a lot easier to get first bloods. In the middle of the map, it's Cray, and he's been Johnny on the spot with those shots. And it's down to a 2v2 as things have escalated.
Ooh, John with a shot onto Cray. Now a 2v1. Graffito, the only one alive, has the opportunity to surprise them. He gets the visual cues. Takes out the SKS. Finds the first shot onto Tabo. Bomb is going to be planted. 45 seconds. SKS versus SKS. John was just not ready for that fight. And Graffito makes him pay the price. Whew, what a round.
Good read there. Graffito, you said it. He wasn't ready for the fight. And guess what? He hadn't moved it in. She just took the heady. Heady wins 99% of the time. And that 1%, they either lie in or they just have impeccable aim. Let's just be real. If you're losing that off the heady, you might need to wrap it up. Great win there for Graffito. They take the advantage yet again. John opened up the first blood. Great strike. We said first rounds are indicative of how search and destroys are going to go. Well, the first round on your offensive approach, not necessarily going to be damning. You do find the advantage off the rip, and you've got leeway onto the site, and John is putting up godlike numbers.
That's the thing. Godlike indeed. Bomb's going to be planted. No, it isn't. Right on time. Fiction takes that kill. They drop the bomb. 2v2. Fiction with the opportunity to push for more, and so he does. Takes that kill into Tabo. But but not before Tabo took down Kobe. So that's 1v1. 4 kills for Fiction, 1 for Sam. Sam trying to pick up the bomb. Looking at the sky. What a great day is today, isn't it,
Yeah,
Verdict?
dude, sometimes you gotta soak up the sun, you know? You gotta enjoy the little things in life. Like this 1v1, for example. Who's gonna catch the hands, the hurricane in the hands of Sam? Fiction looking to close the gap. Rock still yet to be picked up. Sam's got to make a motion at some point. 40 seconds on the clock. Pressure now starting to be felt. Last known location of that rock was on towards the B site. If you recall, it seems like it's been ages. They killed the bomb carrier as he was trying to stick the plant, even though he was like a third health. It was a crazy push. Call-out should be made. Fiction can run at this. He has enough space to do so. We're going to see him take the slow and steady approach, looking for the exit.
He knows exactly where he's at, taking his time.
Oh!
What a flick! Sam only thought that he could get that kill, but Fiction is like in your dreams, my friend. Takes that kill, defuses that bomb, 6-4. That's 2 in a row now, back into the hands of Zero main. But let's be reminded, this is a 1-0 lead already in favor of Zero. Nordic, you gotta wake up yet again.
Slow to start, yeah, those flips. I mean, at least you got the first round when you had the defensive side of things to hold on to. Now you are just dead in the waters. Graffito griefing you to the first rip. Tio, one of your killers on the squad. Kobe drops, as well as Sparky. Cray looking for the trades. They've taken up a little bit of space. Secondary picked up. Graffito might be the dagger. It's down to 1 in a 3-man stand on the left or right-hand side of your screen. Sam says he's not going out without guns ablazing. He still goes out, chat. 7-4. 3 rounds in a row off the flip. Zero main, making it look like light work.
Definitely. And in there is 2 players who are yet to find their ground. 3 if you think about it. Also, Cini, who I'm very surprised that he's not making as much of an impact as he did before. First Blood is going to be there for Kobe, taking down Tio. Fido was trying to push through me, but Sam says no to that, sending to the ground by the hands of Cray. That is going to be the 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Zero. Opportunities open for the side of Zero main.
Yeah, that sniper head-to-head's absolutely... I mean, he's getting skill diff. Cray has been, like I said, instrumental to finding those first bloods. Kobe, I can guarantee you Kobe has like 2,000 damage. And he doesn't have the kills to show for it. Cray cleans house. We're on map point. 3 kills with the PKM all the way through here, and you're winning this one. Oh, wait. Yeah, does he have... He has 4 now. Kobe did get 1 of those. So the last 3 didn't go in favor of Cray. It went 2 and then 1 for Kobe. So Kobe finally getting a reward for all the effort he's put in for that PKM. It is a heavy burden to load up 200 rounds of ammunition into any of these walls. It's a tedious task, and it is very stat-consuming.
And it almost hurts to see, but my man John with 17 kills, it's just not been enough. Why? Because unfortunately your teammates are not putting in the work that is needed to take down Zero main. In here through the wall, Kobe doing a lot of damage like you mentioned.
John.
Another kill now for John. Oh boy, 2 now. The sniper shot misses that. Continues to push with the SKAs. Finds another kill with Fiction. Verdict John. Some demon time.
Yeah, he's absolutely putting his team on trial right now. John does have Tavo. They're going to get the tandem push to keep the dream alive. Gil, this one not done yet. Can they find 3 more to take us to OT? One mistake and it's done.
A single mistake and done. Absolutely right. Let's see here. I'm gonna take the first blood through the wall. Kobe doing a little bit of damage. Did not find any kill. Fiction trying to push through mid. There's Tabo, takes 1. Fiction pushing alongside with Graffito. Graffito took 1 with getting killed by Tio. Sparky here with the FSS. Doing a little bit of damage. Still not enough. Gray with another kill to John. Snap through the wall. Completely on his own. Sam in the middle of the pickle finds a double but gets dusted by the side of Zero Main. And ladies and gentlemen, a 9-5 yet again in favor of Zero Main. Really, really well played. The side of Nordic. I don't know if at this point, Verdict, it could be the mental, but I feel like they're just not doing as good as they could.
Yeah, they're not executing when they're needed most, and we singled out a lot of play in the opening rounds, and I failed to mention, or I did bring it up, but a majority of the rounds here on Slums are won on offense. But rounds that were just handed away for free were just countless. There was like 3 or 4 that I could think off the top of my head. John reeled in the first round for them. And if you don't have John perform like the way he does, there's a chance you don't even take that one. So they got lucky that John came to play. 19-10, putting the team on his back. On the flip side of things, Cray sniped it. You mentioned Zinni not having, as much of effect. I would love to see that head-to-head. I can guarantee you Cray got 90% of that. At least 10 of those kills that Zinni's deaths had to have gone in the pockets of John. Oh, not John, but Cray. Let's just see it. Zinni 0-5. So five kills. The head-to-head goes crazy. He didn't get him once. Gil.
It's crazy, just crazy. 0-5. And I mean, not happy against Nordic last round, map 5. And today they were like, not only are we going to win, but we're also going to make sure that the casters are never right about any sort of prediction about the maps at all.
You know what? I'm okay with that. You know what? I am quite okay with that. As long as we wrap this up, man. All right, I'll be all right. It's been one hell of a day. And I'm not trying to deprive you guys of anything, COD Mobile competitive related. I'm just ready to call it a night. I'm done after seeing that search. I've called it in the book.
You've been doing this for like what, 13, 14 hours?
We did 9 earlier, and we are going into hour 5 here. So this would be 14 hours in total that I have been. 14 of my past 16 hours have been spent streaming, guys. Let that soak in.
Let that soak in. Crazy,
Brutal.
Honestly crazy. Verdict, you are a madman.
I'm trying to keep up with. I'm trying to keep up with Warden and them, man. That guy is everywhere, brother. Everywhere. he's gonna be casting Africa regional, which is the weekend of my birthday, and I'm so jealous he gets to get down there and have a good time with them.
Awesome. When is your birthday again? What's the?
It's the first weekend of September. It's that Sunday, the 6th.
Sunday the 6th. Got it. All right. There it is. I'm going to get to spend a portion. No, never mind. Are you going to be on next weekend? I'm not sure.
No, I'm going to be out of town.
All right.
That's right. I'm trying to get that work in now, buddy. Yo, Larissa, you're wasting that 5 gifted members. I'm sure Bobby would be thankful, but I'll shoot you mine and Gil's PayPal. You know. For what it's... I'm just kidding. Yo, thank you. W Dono's coming through there for Bobby. That's my streamer voice. You guys enjoy that?
That's your streamer voice.
Yeah. Thank you for the gifteds.
Verdict. We got a game. We got a game 3, a map 3. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Control over on Raid once again for the 3rd time today. This time around, on the left side, it is once again going to be Nordic. And on the yellow side, on the right side, it is going to be Zero Main. The fight to unfold upon us will define if we happen to have a map 4 today.
Let's see. Happen to have a map 4. Is it on the agenda? We'll find out now. Is the moment of reality setting in? Are the lights too bright here in the Hollywood Hills, California? First try at the driveway push. 3 players stacking it. 2 ticks progress. Locked and loaded. Graffiti, letting it rat-a-tat-tat across the middle. Minute added to the clock. You pay the objective. You You play the objective, you will be rewarded. That extra time is oh so valuable here in Control. And let me just tell you, this linear map is very hard to make it out of spawn. So, 0 map control for the time being, but they do have that extra minute to work with, Gil.
That's right. They got the time. What are they going to do with it? That's going to be the biggest question now. So far, 5 kills for Cray, 5 kills for Profito. They continue to push, but the Portillo pushing onto enemy's territory ends up paying the price against Cray. It's 14-13. Very neck-to-neck fight. And the time and the objective will soon begin to have an impact on the decision making.
Start rushing. A minute and 30 on the clock. You got a 12v12. You can't play off trades here. You gotta be able to win these gunfights out in the open. Cray, massive factor in the last game. Massive factor off the rip here, too. He's already on a burner. 4 in the combo, 9 to his name. Pay the man. Trophy down. He is bunkered down a lane of traffic here. You must take out Cray if you want to have this side of the map. They're going to just hands-off approach. And finally, they are able to take him off the heady. Zenny and crew looking to shut this round down, extend this series. It's got to start here in this opener.
There's no more spawns, so one more time and you get him out of this round. Can they do it? Cray. Completely crazy indeed. 6-5. 40 seconds left. A few operators are available, and as soon as I say that, look at that fiction. The War Machine takes 1 and begins to push for more. Very careful.
Hold the phones. Could be a hit. 0. Main might have struck gold. 2 players left standing. They are in the tiki bar. 1's in the pool. Hello. You can't jump in the pool after eating that quickly, ladies and gentlemen. You will absolutely bloat and fall off a rock. That one blew up quickly. What was looking like a promising defensive approach. Insert operators here, Gil. You had immense timing there. Impeccable, bro. Good call.
And I gotta say, I feel like the whole reason why that worked even as good as it did is because the side of Zero main have been playing quite slow for a while now, and for them to all of a sudden just rush through the opponents is something that they were not expecting on the side of Nordic, and they end up losing their grip, and because of it, well, that round is story of the past. 1-0 lead in favor of Zero. Now pushing for more. Cini will be executed there by Fiction. Portillo trying to control that area. Already has the first stick and continues to stay alive. Once again, a lot of aggression coming down from the side of Nordic. And I feel like that change of pace can have a bigger impact on the side of Zero if they continue to have that just back and forth in between of I'm taking it slow, and then all of a sudden I'm already on your spawn.
Yeah, they are looking to put that spawn trap in. Is one thing you've got to do first before that happens. You got to get kills. That's how a spawn trap works. Kobe, a little preemptive pop. Sparky, gonna get taken down. Zinni, also gonna get feasted, so only 1 to show off the kill. He's gonna be able to find 1 with the FSS. Spawn trap back on. You've got them in the blender. Make them pay.
Tavo takes down Cray and Kobe. Great job done here for Tavo, who pushes for more and gets it. Incredible usage of the... Oh, takes out 1 more before biting the dust. A double kill there for Cray, and the kill lead is still in favor of Nordic.
Yeah, they still got Tio on the back line to deal with, too. He's made his way through money. They're trying to sniff him out. Nobody on the objective. Nade's just going tossed over for nothing. 14v8 in the matter, though. Well, they've lost track of Tio. He has long since been where he was before. You're down to 4. He is your least of your worries. He is certainly still a thorn in your side. You're coming off spawn. You're finally going to be able to deal with them with the trades. They're going to be favoring the side of Nordic Adversary. This one, not going to be a steamroll. We have delivered very competitive hardpoint, and what looks like it's going to be another very competitive Control 1-1. We are all tied up.
This is the Nordic that we wanted to see, securing a round very, very well with an 11 lives left and 3 available operators. Fiction, immediately using that War Machine, will begin to spray with it. not finding any kills as of yet. Double kill for John. There's going to be the usage of the claw by Sam. And Tabo just rushing through the middle into the enemy's territory, finding that kill onto the opponent. 100 killer drone at a distance. He knows that there's someone over on red, begins to push and does not take that kill. Great interaction there for Graffito. Tatillo is now also the one onto enemy spawn, and he does have the equalizers. I'm not too sure if he's going to be using them soon, but managed to take another kill before bouncing out of there and taking another kill onto Cody. 21 kills already for Tatillo as he continues to cause a lot of pain onto enemy soul. Finally will be able to take him down.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get some traction here on the B side too. Already one tick of progress collected. Tatillo, an absolute dominant force here in round number 3. Second tick locked in. He's been dealt with. Yeah, again, feed up yellow, lighten up the feed. And all of a sudden, this might be the momentum they need. John, gonna be able to try to shut it down. Graffito's done. Nobody's captured B as of yet. And now it's a race to get to ring. Can they reverse it before the damage is done? Absolutely. What was looking like maybe a potential round in favor of Zero Main is going to be shut down by the side of Nordic Adversary. They're going to be able to pop some operators go along with it. They're going to be able to collect 6 bodies left standing on the right-hand screen. This one is done.
Who is this team? Who are these madmen? It's incredible. Triple kill of the sun for John, and that's another, now a 16-1. The only one alive will be Vito, but ladies and gentlemen, this is a completely different team. Not fighting neck to neck to the opponents, but rather stomping on their skulls. Another kill for Tatillo, another round for the side of Nordic, and they are a single step away from actually taking us to map 4. And not only that, if they keep that momentum, I think they can bring in a surprise.
I think they could too. Well, hello. How the tides have turned. It is not done until it's over. I don't hear no bell. I didn't hear no fat lady sing. I sure as hell didn't see this game finished just yet. Operators out. Zinni shut down. It was looking like a very momentum-based game. Now starting to level back out in the playing field. You can see coming out the gate swinging. It is Nordic Adversary. They want to put this one away. They got to clear crate. Finally do. John is going to be that guy. Live still in favor of the team in yellow, but they are hanging on by a brink. They're shutting down the push over towards the ring side. Pressure's going to be dealt with. This is going to be a full fold.
24 each. Death Machine, a few seconds left there for Graffito. Takes that kill onto Sam. And Tatillo, in the meantime, continues to capture that B site. Not really defending by the hands of Zero Main. They're willing to give it up. Problem is, they're trying to get spawn trapped by the hands of Nordic. And at the very least, they are confusing them for long enough that actually like fighting as they would want to. Oh no. Verdict. Is it? Did they do it?
They might be able to pull it back in. Only one player on the back line now. They've got to deal with Graffito. He has been inside your spawn for the longest. Finally, Tatillo comes through with the game-changing shots. And now you can get back on with your journey. You have been griefed a little bit of lice, but no harm, no foul. Minute 34 on the clock. Zero Main looking to keep this one alive in order for the sweep to come through. Prey looking to play his life to the fullest to go along with that. He's in the middle of the map. Deosi doing. Backside Zinni. Shut down. A feed of yellow, and Tatillo finally puts it in the Reign of the Terror. It's a 5-life lead in favor of Zero. Can they manage it and take us to another round of control?
Oh boy. Tabo once again with the Tempest. We'll get one. We'll miss the second, but shots the third. Knocks down Fiction at a distance now with the FSS. Missing a few shots, only 11-10. Gripping that momentum once again. Fortunately enough for Sam, he had the claw, but got hyped. Zinni, same thing. Now, John, all of a sudden, he's alone. Pushing, gotta be careful. He was not trying to defend himself. Tatillo finding a double. Tatillo doing a tremendous job so far this game, just crushing through the opponents. Already 34 kills and 5-3, Verdict.
He's got to go big here. They can shut it out. Tempest still out in the hands there Cray, I don't know if he sounded any shots. Kobe shut down. It's a 1v5. Half health there on towards, or half life left here for the Tempest. It's an all-out sprint. It's an all-out gamble. He's got to roll. What was looking like a potential shutout.
No,
We are heading to a game 4. 3-1 victory in the control, and finally a little bit of life in favor of Nordic Adversary.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Really well done there for Nordic. I gotta be honest, I was sort of just counting them as dev, but they certainly are not. And not only that, but they managed to take 3 rounds in a row in this game of control. They managed to secure the map, and they managed to at least continue to be alive, continue to just stream against the very water that was drowning them. Now, I gotta say that a big portion of that has to be Tetillo's performance, because although I would say that in the past he was not doing bad, he was not playing bad, but this one in particular, nearly at 3.0 KD. That's about 2.7 or so.
Needed.
It was wild.
He had a slow start in the hard point for sure. Picked up the slack, but it was by then it was day late, dollar short. Search and Destroy
Yeah.
didn't really have a presence. It was mainly John doing all the lifting. It's kind of hard to get anything going when your sniper's not being able to provide any kind of support. But that is said and done. We are moving on to bigger and better things. When you just thought it was going to be a complete sweep, just as soon as we stopped caring about the series going to a game 4, guess what happens, Gil?
The complete opposite.
Game 4. That's right.
That's been the only consistency for us, is that whatever we say won't happen.
Oh, I'm here to tell you that it's not going to end here in a 4-1 or 3-1 fashion. That's for sure.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, we're moving on to Hardpoint Combine, so I'm expecting to see a lot of sparks all over the place.
Well, let's see what they can do now. This is going to be a mixy map indeed. It should favor Tetillo's playstyle. He is very aggressive when it comes to the hardpoints. Let him thrive on the objective. Let John take the routes there to solidify spawns. You need an anchor. I couldn't see it any better for him. I don't think I've seen this team play too much, but just based off of the playstyle we've seen so far, I can see this being an interesting game mode, and I can see this map going in favor of Nordic. They've really got to work for it here, though, Gil.
Yep, it's definitely not going to be easy. It's not going to be like they are just to hand them the map. Not at all. Not by a long shot. But they're capable of doing it. We've seen the gun skill that they have. We saw it on the first hardpoint, which, let's be reminded, they had the upper hand when it came down to the kills, and by a lot, like about 20 or 25 kills. That was not reflecting on the objective of the hardpoint. They should have had a lead that was never actually there. Now, can they actually tweak that machinery well enough to where they actually get not only the kills but also the objective? That's where we are about to find out, Verdict.
Yeah, they got to convert it. You made a very good point at the end of that one. They outslayed tremendously in the takeoff. Well, takeoff's one of those maps where if you're not getting mixy very early in the hard point and playing the objective, it can absolutely unravel towards the end. You're playing catch up the whole time. You never really get back in. You go neck and neck through the first 2 sets of hills, literally like 89 to 90, and then it goes in the second set of hills. It's a very similar situation, not quite as close, but you guys get the gist of it. If you're not getting those objective times early, and you're not getting those kills converted into objective times, what are you really doing? You got a PTFO. Combine, very similar situation, much smaller scale. All right, this one's going to be very unforgiving. If you're not playing the objective, you will absolutely get blasted, and it won't even be close.
Yeah, that's the thing, and they need to be careful about that as well. So let's wait and see as we are about to start with the 4th map. Verdict called it, saying that this is not going to be a 3-1, and I agree with them, not only because I do believe that that's something that can happen, but I would love to see a game 5. So let's see if Nordic has what it takes as everyone begins to load up into the map. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know, chat, also who you're supporting. Do you think that this is going to be a 3-1, or you are agreeing with Verdict in a sense that we will take that game 5? I also think that we're going to go to a game 5, so let's wait and see, Verdict.
All right, let's see if we cooked or if we are cooked. Hardpoint, not a bad game off the rip in number one. Certainly could have been better. Obviously, the results show zero main. They were there to play. Assuming that was their map pick. So you know what assuming does. Makes a... Yes. Nordic Adversary. That was actually their pick. Okay, never mind. This changes things crazy. You lose your hardpoint, and now you have to play a combine for your life. Or you move on down to the lower brackets. High implications early on. Let's see if the dream can stay alive here for Nordic.
Let's see if they can. In here. Now. First point continues to be battled in between them both. I gotta say that, well, I'm liking the way that Tavo has also been playing for 2 games now, because although Coutinho was shining like a true diamond, well, Tavo was not doing too bad in that game of Control, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar this time around. So far, already with 6 kills,
oh boy,
doing just as much as he possibly can.
There was a little bit of a rogue spawn on the backside, what was looking like a free gifted, a free gifted backside rotation. Really quickly read, really well dealt with. You've got full line of force there on the P2 setup. Zero Fiction coming through with a 2-piece. Sparky able to fill the slack for another, but it's not enough. Backside spawns locked in yellow. This is looking like a start of a great hardpoint trade. Looking like he's trying to make something happen through the backside as well for the flip. Zero main might have done it.
I think they might have in here. Oof, hey, there you go. Inside of the hill, there's Graffito. Graffito managing to survive. Still 35 seconds left. There's going to be also Fiction with a war machine at a distance, keeping enemies at bay. No one can get through him. Through the left. Now Graffito, while his allies defend the left, taking care of the middle with 2 kills and an assistance to make sure that they continue to hold the control. Great way of playing. Great coordination coming down from the side of Zero. And that's exactly what we were talking about in game 1. The coordination that comes down from Zero main has been so clean that causes a lot of difficulties on the side of Nordic.
Oh, it has. Yeah, indeed. It has indeed. Zero main racking up the points, the time, everything they need here in this first 2 hills. 64-25 as we gather up B3. Here comes the operators. A 3 in the feed for Tavo. You mentioned making it 4. You mentioned how well he's been frying. He is an absolute lethal force to be reckoned with. It's proven to be one of the harder players to take out in this lobby, but now they're fighting on the back foot. Backline's being solidified. Cine, big death machine. 2-piece to solidify. Yet again, some more time, but the split spawn's going to be saddled up. It is not going to be a backline compromise, and the hill will remain in favor of Nordic Adversary for the time being.
And the fight continues. The only one alive, I think, is the Dio. The Dio trying to survive. Critical saying no to that. Tavo was trying to manage. The spawns are heavily favoring the side of Nordic, but even then, they're not being able to break through. The Dio finding a few kills. This is still not enough. Zero doing a great job of kicking them out that door. 6 seconds left. And the side of Nordic will continue to struggle. A 27 lead going in favor of Zero main. And once again, the rotation is going to be done early by them. The rotations are there, and the control is 2. Gotta be careful, because if this continues to be the case, if this continues to be pretty much a copy-paste of what we saw in game 1, well, we already saw how that ended.
When's the last time we've seen Cray move? He's been stuck right there on the right bottom lane. Or that's Kobe. No. I'm sorry. Kobe has been AFK for quite a while. Player number 3 in blue to consider. And it is still a 40-point advantage. But the numbers will prevail here in P4. It is a brutal one to hold with all 5 players in stack. And Kobe is laying in wait. Not quite sure what is going on there. But players are responsible for their connection here in this.
Oh, he's back.
And he is back and locked and loaded. Still a lead in favor of Zero main, even with it being a 4v5 with what seemed like a hill and a half.
Absolutely, and that's very problematic and very telling of the situation for the side of Nordic. They needed to make something happen in here. Well, thanks to the Kobe situation, yes, they closed that gap, but the gap continues to remain there. That's been the thing across all of these hard points. They need to change that situation. They need to position themselves on top of the opponents, but unfortunately not for them. Look at Graffito
Oh.
once again regaining that control.
That's a Tio starting to heat up now too as well. He's gotten in the feed. He's gotten on the objective. 18-2 combo. Large drink and some fries. You guys can tell I'm hungry. They are starving here on this objective. Looking for the next kill. Looking for the next feast. Graffito from the backside. Going to be able to find a 3-piece, but it is Tavo, the player we have mentioned to be so hot here, lighting it up the feed too as well. He's going to be dealt with. Kobe back into full force. Back to the spawn he goes. They can't get across the 50-yard line. They can barely hold on to the hill. The lead going to be back in their hands, though. Zero main with a chance to strike.
You're gonna get the spawns. There's still 10 seconds left, but they gotta begin thinking about the next rotation, and that's actually, at least for the time being, favoring the side of Nordic. Look at Tavo trying to hold those spawns for the squad, just patiently waiting for anyone to walk by. He did take that kill onto Crane and push for more, but Graffito will say no to that. John bites the dust. Graffito inside of the hill. Careful now with the claw. There's Sani with the death machine. Not gonna be enough. Sparky with a claw will clean up that area. In what should have been an initial hold in favor of Nordic, quickly shifted in favor of Zero Main.
Even with the spawns, you're getting pushed back further than a bald man's hairline. Look at him go. There goes the claw. Can they clear the objective? No. Yes. Wait, one player left to deal with. The claw's still coming in handy. Sam finally back on, but it's the back third they're going to have to live for. And surely enough, they're going to have to scrap for that indeed, too. Zinni back in full force. They have the numbers on the back line. They got the spawns. And yet, it's still a contest coming through front, side, and everywhere. Every which way.
Nah, that's just crazy. It is just crazy to see that time and time again. It feels like the side of Nordic could have some sort of control to actually reflect on the scoreboard, but they continue to fail short in these situations. Now 143 to 128, and this continues to be a problem now.
Oh, I don't know about you. I have a problem too.
I thought it was just me.
All right, cool. All right, looks like we're good. Yeah, gameplay, overheat, overwhelming. 151 to 130. Spawn to the backside of blue. Zero main. Clear advantage. 20-point lead. Getting smashed to the front. Yeah. And a lot of fight left in this dog here for Nordic adversary. Are they on their last limb or are they hit stride? Corners being checked. Tavo, man with a plan. Finds a 2-piece. Looking to be the tip of the spear. Gotta wait patiently. Does have a secondary option. And my God, a great secondary indeed. Doesn't account for Fiction up top. And the fact's in, zero main. You had to get back on this objective regardless of having his spawns. Finally going to be able to capitalize on the back 15.
Yeah, what a way of playing for the side of Nordic. They're trying to close that gap, still not being possible. 172 to 139. Rotating now into the next field. They're going to be there first. They got 3 players locked and loaded, waiting for the opponents to walk by. The first there is going to be in favor of the side of, let's see, Operator was spotted by Tatillo, but immediately bites the dust. Verdict. What is going on? Whenever they try to rotate early is when they get stomped the hardest out of them.
Yeah, they do a great job of smashing through the front. This is not one of those hills that you can do that. You need this early setup. You need to have a front force, both wings covered at all times. It is one of those harder ones to hold for sure. Here comes the streaks. Predators out. One's another earned for Sparky. Zero main looking to put this series away. 204 to 142 is the count. Break looking like it comes through. Tatillo finds a 2-piece. And Tio gonna get taken down. There's the second Pred there from Sparky. Might be the beginning of the end. 80-point lead, damn near rolling into the to the third set of hills.
Incredible. Zero main are just trying to go in and their day with a banger. And that's exactly what they're doing. Only 38 points away from them and victory. In here in the middle of the map, there's Kobe gonna get executed by Tavo. Tavo already with 38 kills has been the most kills that he's gotten so far in here. Another one with the most in the entire map because Ray, we know his level, but we've seen it shine like crazy so far this game. Already 46 kills. And that is now more control going in favor of Zero main inside of the hill. There's Graffito. Finally, they take him out. But the positioning is still favoring the side of Zero main.
Yeah, we've seen this time in, time out before. This is a hard point to hold. as well as to extend this game. You need a little bit of map control. You need to push up as well. You need to keep your opponents off the objective. It is damn near impossible to do all that with all the craziness happening. Quite literally game-breaking. You see the contest come through for Cray. He's trying to put this one away. They got the back lines. They don't need to push up too far. Sparky, frontline warrior, Tavo, able to get the contest, able to get the hill. Last 5 seconds up for grabs. They're going to be able to do it. A lot of space being taken up in the P2 site, but backline spawns or not, you are getting put in a blender. Let's see if they can battle it out now as Graffito finds a 2-piece there, but the War Machine equals it up.
Only 26 seconds left. They're trying to defend. They have to be near perfect if they want to take this home. Two players inside of the hill. There's going to be Tabo alongside with Seni. Tabo is down. Seni is alive, trying to defend. Manages to survive. The fight continues. There's the death machine by the hands of the side of Nordic. They are popping all the operators pretty much at the same time. There's Tabo with a Tempest, and Tetillo was using his own equalizer. Still not gonna be enough. There's Tavo still defending. That's a 3-piece now for John. Sam buys the dust. Still enough. 20 seconds left. They're trying to close that gap. They're getting close. They're getting closer and closer. They're managing to defend. Seeing perfect timing to get through.
Oh boy.
Finds a few assistance, but managing to survive. Great job done. In the side of Nordic are getting dangerously close to zero main.
Dude, they have not have spawns the whole entire time. Tatio has been the only guy here. He's got 96 seconds in total. They've done their job. 224 to 20. Spawns earned there for the P3 rotation. It is Nordic adversary here by default. Sam on the point, but here comes Kobe. They're looking to put this one away. Is it a miracle or is it a nightmare? It's a shutdown. They find 3 in the feed, make it 4. The wipe, inevitable. Backline still in yellow. Back legs now, 2:36 and counted, only 10. Make it 14 seconds needed to shut this one out. It is a scramble for P3.
Incredible. Kobe trying to push through. Gonna find a kill, but immediately executed by Sam. Sam still being alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam may not have gotten the most kills, but in here he's being crucial to defend. That War Machine by John takes a kill, but also takes himself down. Evening numbers out. 20 seconds left. That could be the beginning of the end. The side of the Tio's team Nordic are trying to close this one up. They're trying to five. The fight continues to unfold inside of the hill picture with the knock. We'll kick them out, but Tabo once again finds himself inside. 5 seconds away from victory, and this could be the end. This could be what they needed, and they will be. Verdict, they have done it. They have managed to fight against all the odds after struggling so much in this game. They do it when it matters the most, at the very, very end, with an insane level there from everybody, I would say, on the side of Nordic. They have managed to keep Verdict's word. We're going to a game 5.
You're going to hold me to that all night, buddy. I hear it. We have gone the distance. This series has delivered, Chet. And my, oh my, what they couldn't get done in the takeoff, they do it on Combine. We said it was going to be Mixie. This time, Cray, he's the one that drops 57. He's the one that gets left out hanging to dry. If you recall, Tatio was the one who dropped a numerous amount of kills in game number 1 and wasn't able, I can't remember who it was, if I'm being completely honest. I knew it was somebody from Nordic Adversary. Shoes on the other foot. It is a feels bad moment. And this time around, I don't think you get the slaying power, but you just play the objective to a T. It might have been dead even in that count, you know, by my, I don't know, maybe it is a little bit slay heavy for, damn, Sam dropped 29-43. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It definitely was not his greatest performance. And, well, you can even begin to question, like, that situation about Cody. You said that it was, what, maybe a full point, a full hill, where he was just completely inactive. But it is what it is, right? Each player has an individual responsibility for their own connection, so it's very sad to see, but it is what it is. Nordic just played their own game, and they managed to take that victory. They managed to take us to a game 5, and now, well, it is going to be a search and destroy on Coastal, and at this point, I don't know who's going to take it, but I've already loved it so much that I don't care, I don't mind. I just want to see some good old COD mobile action.
You guys could be anywhere in the world right now, and you decided to be here right now, right here in this moment with us. We're going the distance. Gil's already said it. It has been the first time we've been able to deliver on our promise. And ladies and gents, what a way to close out the night. All 3 O's for our first 3 series of the night. Fourth one, finally a banger. The question did it first. Kind of set it up. You said, I don't even want to touch this one with a 10-foot pole, brother. And guess what we did? We hit it head on. And guess what? We finally struck gold, Gil. We finally delivered to the people what we couldn't do earlier in the evening. Let's enjoy the moment while we get geared up for our final map of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Coastal Search and Destroy. Will we receive the reverse sweep for Nordic? Or will Zero Main deny them what is theirs? You're only going to have to stick around and find out. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
Tried. We're going on game 5. And, well, I hit... Jesus Christ. I just switched there for a second. Anyway, going on to round 1. And let's see what they have to say. Cray! Just don't wait for them to at least load into the map, buddy.
Brother said, not today. Are you going to get snipe diffed already off the rip? Why not just go ahead and start pounding earlier? John, no 4 pieces here in the opening round. Might be for Gray, though. Looking for his next. Free, that is. 5 players left standing on the left-hand side of your screen. Offense left, scratching their heads. What has happened? Cray has absolutely put you in a chokehold. And he might be able to find another. Ain't no way we're testing that, right? You've already lost 2. Hell, why not? Let's give it a go.
5B3. And Tavo holding the bomb, trying to push. The Tio will say no to that, but the take there for 0. Immediately getting that kill. Well done there for Fiction. 2v4. Tavo and Samuel. No, it's not Samuel. It's Sam. Tavo and Sam. Let's see what they can do. So far, got a lot of trouble in front of them. And not only that, but they were super far apart from one another. Going all the way around. Sam is now finally alongside with his ally. Seems like they want to push B. The one defending there, if I'm not mistaken, is Kobe. No, that's not Kobe. That's actually Fiction defending over on B. Giving the info to his allies to come back him up. Right on time. Cray with yet another kill and a double for Fiction will bring the first point in favor of Zero Main. Once again, starting with the right foot.
Yeah, they are indeed, but first rounds aren't indicative of how Search and Destroys go. What I will say is, if Zinni doesn't get his head about him and gets the better of these sniper trades early, it is certainly going to be a problem. Cray has been pretty much wandering, effortlessly. Zinni, yet again, another victim. First blooded. Looking for the second. John able to get the equalizer, though. So, great way to play your trades. John getting hungry for more. Does find a second on the barrel or on the box site. Now they're looking to push the agenda towards this A bomb site. Ooh.
John in there. Oof, trying to bite more than he can chew.
Oh.
That's a double for Graffito. Great aim there. 2v3 favoring Zero Main once again. This time around it will be Tatillo and Tabo. Tatillo with a knock onto Sparky, opening this area for his squad. Unfortunately enough, Tabo was actually on the opposite end of the map, so has to go all the way around to try to plant that bomb.
I noticed that you can actually jump on the bomb this morning when I was watching CDM, and I didn't know.
It was possible before today, right?
I don't feel like it was. Someone said it was, but
I don't know.
I'm probably not the best source. That's the first time I've ever seen it today. Apparently, it's been in for a while. I guess through the updates. I've been spectating a lot of global. It's mostly been CDM for me. But yeah, dude, it's nasty work. Some of these hop-ups are kind of crazy. I think North America are a little lacking and a little behind in the trend, but you already see some of the foots forward. 15 seconds now as we've rambled on through. Ground's being taken to Tio. Oh, yeah, he's got the shots. Tavo there to clean up.
It took them 36 seconds from bomb plant into getting inside of the site. I feel like that's just a little bit too much of a slow play, even for Zero Main, you know?
I mean, to kind of crap the bed there, yeah, I agree. Great way to reel it back in there for Nordic. Oh, Cray doesn't find first blood either. That is looking like it might be a good round here for for Nordic. Let's see if they can continue with the vibes.
Great. Trying to find the angle. Not gonna find it this time around. So 5v5. No early chaos, at least as of yet. 30 seconds, and we just have the easy weather before the storm finally arrives. Arky still defending onto the B side. A line being drawn in the entirety of the map by the hands of Zero Main to make sure that there's no possible opening spot where they are not going to realize whenever someone walks by. And it is Seni actually taking down Cray. That is huge news for them, because not only do they take down Cray, but that's definitely going to be a boost in confidence for Seni.
No, it is. And I mentioned the battle of the snipers and how, I mean, massive the gap was in the slums. You finally find a way to put yourself on board early in this one. You mentioned it. It is a massive boost to the confidence. More importantly, it also eliminates all those multi-kills that Cray's capable of finding. So they're going to get a little bit of leeway on towards this A site. Here comes the hit. Two players pushing through to Tio. Going to be able to shut down Sparky. No damage done. Bomb's going to go down along with it. And well, Kobe's down in the middle site. He's going to be able to find one as they do breach on through. Hits on. It's a 3v4 with 38 seconds on the clock.
My goodness, look at Fiction pushing forward. Finds one onto Sini. His highlights do bite the dust. Once again, Tabo with yet another double kill. You were talking about Cray's multi-kills. Well, Tabo doing the exact same thing will secure another point for the squad. That is 4 kills total for him. Really, really well done. As a whole, I'm liking the way that both teams have been just organizing themselves.
Yeah, and you neutralize Cray early in the round, and I'm not saying Cray's a massive result of that win, but it is one less player to deal with at instance that has capabilities of popping off. So the A-side bread and butter has locked in for 2 rounds in a row. Zero and crew don't really have an answer for it. You saw they tried to allocate 3 players towards that site. And well, they're going to take as much spaces up as they can to the middle of the map while it is given. That's going to allow John and crew to get the pass right through the middle of the map. So we saw what he can do. He can rip people off headies for sure. Minute and 15 left to go on this round. They're dragging this one out, but it's for good reason. Let's see if they can find this opening blood. Huge shots coming through the middle of the map for Crane. Well, he's, like you said, drawing a map or a line in the middle of the map. You have to take him out if you want that mid-site.
Still a 5v5, and well, we were talking about Zero Main taking it slow on Search and Destroy last time, but this time it seems like, well, we're gonna mimic that exact same playstyle on the side of Nordic. No kills with almost a minute and a half in here. Tabo, look at him go, pushing finally with the FSS. John with the first blood. Tabo immediately pushing for more. Will find 2 enemies, and they only get 1. Sparky finds a double without even moving. John finds another double for himself too. Now that's going to be a 3v2. The one shooting the bomb is going to be Sam. Sam planning right now. There's going to be 45 seconds left.
45 on the clock. Here comes the plant. Push on through. Graffito. Oh, line him up, knock him down. Kobe. Stuns over the top. Graffito looking to capitalize, trying to get some wall bangs on through. Here comes the ingress. Sam finds one. Sam gets a second in a big gunfight. Instrumental to 3 times in a row. They have not been denied on this A-side approach, and Zero are left scrambling as they have yet to find, you know, a response to this hit. Let's see if they can gather themselves about it. It has been proven fruitful time in and time out.
Incredible round there for Sam. Another situation that is definitely going to be helping the side of Nordic. I'm digging it. You know, I feel like they are trying to be unpredictable, but at the same time, they're waiting for the right opportunity, and it's definitely working out for them.
No, yeah, the timing has been everything. Tio going to get it environmental to open it up. Kobe going to be out of the equation. And we're really looking for Cray to step up and pick up the slack here. He's found 4 in the first 2 rounds, but he's been Mike silent since. Cray. Different position, different round altogether. Will it prove fruitful? Peeks on through, doesn't like what he sees, and it's right. They got a cross setup. They are all in the middle of the map. Picks out one. Zinni, yet again griefed. Craig going to be able to retreat on back, and the job's done. Well played. Does he double chow this? Oh, man, he's elusive. He's liking his odds. He sets the gun. He's hot. He does take it. Tavo is able to find one in the background. A lot of space being taken up here. A player pushing up. John wins that. Yeah, he does.
Completely on his own. They're going to be... I mean, well, Sparky, what do you have to say about this? Right now, no more colleagues, no more allies. What can you do in this situation? First one that you spot is actually going to be Sam, but not the right angle for you to shoot at, so has to reposition. 30 seconds left. Just dragging the inevitable. Seems like this 1v4 is just too hot to handle for Sparky, seems like. Slowly but surely walking forward. With a spear in hand, I'm not even too sure about what he's doing with it. But they are finally going to slice through his body. John is the one to do it. 4-1 lead. And I think for the first time today, we can clearly say that there's a huge shot on the side of Nordic as they try to win this one again.
Is this moments before disaster or someone predicting the future, chat? It might be one or the other. Stick around to find out. Will Nordic Adversary be able to get the reverse sweep through? Zero main. Took the advantage early in this series. They got the control. It has been Nordic Adversary 88 and out the gate. You give them an inch, they take a mile, Gil. And so far, they've capitalized on any and everything. Cray kept to a minimum damage-wise. Did take out Zinni the last round. It didn't matter. The crew had his back. At the end of the day, that's all you can ask for in a team.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see right now. So, zero main. Got a way to stop that bleeding because and there's only 3 rounds left before we switch sides. Being on the defensive is difficult, but shouldn't be as far apart as it is for them. We need to push towards B. There's only 2 people defending. Tavo finds that knock onto Sparky. Fiction immediately tries to retreat, but there's the Tio to knock him down. The retake happens, but is it enough though? Tavo, I don't think he was spotted.
No, he wasn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Verdict.
Oh, brother, we're in shambles.
Crumbling.
Dude, they are. The pressure surmounting the lead. Not enough to sustain 5 rounds in a row. Nordic Adversary making the complete sweep a reality, a potential. 5 rounds in a row they've taken. And Zero Main have had zero answer to either hit, either way you go about it. You mentioned, oh my god, you mentioned the ability to prolong the hit towards the A site and be unpredictable. It's still do the same exact thing. And it still pan out. They smashed A too. It's worked out either way, so Trophy does get shot. It was a one-shot player in the mix of all that, but they are going to be able to retreat and regain. No harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. In here, 1:20 seconds left, and this time they didn't even pick up the bomb. So let's see when they opt to do that. One closest is going to be Zinni. Zinni, who, after we spoke about that potential boost in confidence verdict, he continues to only have that kill throughout the entirety of that game, and not only that, but look, Cray finally breaking onto that negative situation for him by taking down Tio.
Yeah, I mean, Zinni's got to do something to answer back. We mentioned the head-to-head sniper being a factor, and there he goes again. I'm sure at least 3 or 4 of those kills have came through in the form of Cray taking down your sniper on the flip side of things. However, it hadn't panned out to be fruitful. Smash on through. Davo coming in is getting paid. We got one player AFK in spawn 2. This one's just unfortunate.
Oh no, is it Cody again?
That's a freebie. That's a freebie. Yeah, he can reload that too, buddy. You got 40 bullets in a dream now. Jesus. Rounds done. Rocks down. It's a 1v3 fiction. Is it a truth or a fib? You clutch this.
Let's see if they can at least get one more kill. Fiction with about 27. 25 seconds left. Who has been already tagged? You're it. Run. Run, Fiction. They're going for you, buddy. Run. Takes one. Run. Only less than 10 seconds left. Can you do it? Unfortunately, you cannot. Seems like in here, like him trying is just not going to be enough. That was what, 3 or 4 kills by Tabo?
Yeah, he really blew that round up. He got, well, that 4th kill was a freebie. We'll count it, but we won't count it, kind of sort of deal.
Fair.
And 6 rounds in a row, 0 have found. It says it in their name. 0 success outside of that opener. Pray yet again with a hit marker. John makes a pay. 1 shot in a dream, brother. That's all it takes.
It's a crazy kill. Ray definitely was not ready for that aggressiveness. John now finding yet another kill, this time on Superfito. Sparky trying to push for more. Tavo taking that kill. Retake by Sparky, but there's the Tio to knock him down. All this on this 3. That Tio. Oh, it was cool.
He'll take the freebie, he said. It's a 4v5, chat. Hey, sometimes life be life, and you know, sometimes you got to get up and eat. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you can take it to the bathroom with you. Sometimes you can, you know. Sometimes Mother Nature just be giving you the business. Right now, we're getting the business into that. Kobe still AFK, very much so in spawn. All the rest of the players left defending for themselves. Zinni opens up with the first blood. It's Cray. He only found 1 kill in the first few rounds. He's got a couple now. Might be heating up.
Round number 9. Oh, a great kill there for Fiction, finding a double. Kobe has reconnected. Okay, Kobe's moving. I repeat, Kobe is moving, Verdict.
You know, Sam was definitely looking for that freebie. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You saw where he was going. He was going to spawn, dude. He saw the reconnection. Dude. He's like, damn, dude, there goes my free kill. That's brutal.
Yep.
That's COD timing right there.
The enemy has the bomb.
COD timing at its finest. Planning the bomb, so every time that Sam has an idea of where they could be at, just be careful. Slowly but surely getting closer, Verdict.
There goes the hit. Sam. We saw him clutch a 1v2 earlier. Does he have it in him here? 38 seconds. Plenty of time to approach this. What will he do? 1 on the back line. Kobe. AFK for the past few rounds. Reconnects in. Will he be able to shut down and redeem himself here for the squad? Is the pressure too much? Kobe coming through. Adding to the squad. Might have been the game changer there. AFK, you don't win the round. Not AFK, hell, look at that. You got a fighting chance.
The man, the myth, the legend. The book said that he was no longer going to come back, but he did. And because of it, the squad will take that round.
Ooh.
And look at that aggressiveness. 3 kills all of a sudden opening such ground for them. Sending, I don't know how, but gets that kill to Craig. Try to balance those numbers. 4v2, but 0 with Kobe into the mix with a perfect opportunity to yet again take another round.
I'm at roller coaster of emotion right now, Gil. I don't know what to say. To Tio, he does. He puts his gunny where his mouth is. Oh, he blast him. Graffito gonna be able to take down Zinni. Now it's up to Tio, the man, the myth, the legend himself. He's an OG to the scene. 10 kills to his name. Hard point. Victory coming through. He was blasting. Oh, he's going to be able to find it too, but it's Graffito. We're on. What is map point, ladies and... Oh, no, we're not on map point. We are close to map point.
Oh, no. Incredible. Tatillo so close to clutching a 1v4. Managed to take down 3, but the 4th one is going to knock him down. Now, a lot of aggression yet again, but this time... It is again from 0 main through the mid, pushing for more. This Tatillo who takes 2. then gets taken down. Tavo with the nade, and all of a sudden,
Not over yet. Ready up.
changing the pace. Worked once, but not twice for Zero. 18-second round, and now we are in a match point.
Defend the objective.
Nordic adversary. Brooms out, chat. Reverse sweep incoming. One more round from closing it out. Coastal could be very well where it ends. Sam peeks on through. Doesn't like what he sees. Trophy's going to be taken care of. Sam tucked away. Finds a 2. Sam going to be dealt with. 2 for 2 we go. Site control now here for Zero.
Oh my goodness, 3 for 2 trade. Favoring the side of Nordic. Graffito and Kobe have to be careful. Kobe, you're back. You need to have a bigger impact if you want to keep the team alive. There's Graffito taking down Sani. Huge kill over there. Graffito already with 10 kills, double digits. Kobe doing a little bit of damage, still not enough. Tio once again on Demon time. Already with 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken, this round. Graffito now has taken down 2. You need 2 more to go, buddy.
1 minute on the clock. Here comes the approach. Graffito. 2 to his name. This round needs to extend this search. Davo right there on the bottom. Graffito gonna be able to slide. Makes a little bit of noise. To Tio. Tagged. Oh my god, Graffito. Has he done it? Has he extended this one to Tio?
Oh!
Shut down Graffito with a clutch and a 4K. This one's not done, chat.
It's not over till it's over. I have not heard that bell. So Zero main still fighting, trying their hardest. They do it though.
Bomb acquired.
They were drowning. They are finally finding their own pace. 15 seconds in, and they're pushing for aggressiveness, but there's John to stop them immediately. Double kill John, and John's not done. Concusses himself, and because of it, he buys the dust. Kobe takes a revenge kill, but still not enough. That's a 3 for 2 trades, once again favoring the side of Nordic. Verdict, Kobe's left alone again.
It's a miracle. No, it's a long shot. A 9-4 victory. Reverse sweeps out, ladies and gentlemen. Nordic adversary. Complete the impossible. They stay alive. And that will be the end of Zero Main's run here in the Fall Open Qualifier number 3. The final chance to finish in a top 16 seed to move on and compete in the Open Points Major. Sorry, the Points Major, not the Open Points Major. The Point Major that will be held 2 weeks from now. And in all, you said it earlier, you said this was potential for going the distance. Why? Because it had gone there before. We got in the first 2 maps. We were kind of looking in our rearview mirror like, it's going to be a breeze of a stream.
Yeah, we thought so, but there was Nordic to show us the ways of a reverse sweep, and what a way to do it. It is very interesting as well, Verdict, because actually Nordic being top 6 and Zero Main is actually top 7. So they've been just fighting constantly for that position. But twice now, it seems like Nordic has been the better team. And because of it, well, they are going to maintain themselves alive, afloat, and move on to day 2 for this 3rd qualifier for North America. So congratulations to the side of Nordic.
My mic was muted. I pulled a Gil from earlier. That is
come on.
yeah, we're gonna take a look at the bracket here. Nordic adversary, stay alive. Their opponent waiting for them tomorrow in the losers round number 4. Zitlolix, as Sybarites and Undreamed have found themselves in yet again another do-si-do of what has been deemed the El Clasico here in North America. Is Sybarites and Undream. If you want the keys to the top 2, you got to take them out. And let me just tell you, it's not happened. Outside of each other, I don't think we've seen them lose. Maybe once Undream, maybe lost to Kaya, but it's been so long since then. Brother, they are all right, just putting on the burners at this point. Matches for tomorrow, we're going to start with Sybarites and Undream. Kaya Nation or Replik going to be facing out in loser bracket number 4. Zitlolix again facing off against Nordic adversary. We've got our last 6 teams standing, and by tomorrow's end, we will have crowned another champion here in North America. Gil, it's been a hell of a day so far. Hell of a,
It has
hell of a,
been.
hell of a
It sure
day.
has been. It has been for me, and I'm sure that it has been for you too. I missed any bangers. You just did, Bob. Finished the game 5 victory for Nordic. It was great. I gotta say, it was great.
It was great. It was good. We're here for a great time. We're not here for a long
No.
time. No. Bobby, just don't do it, buddy. The first 3 were not worth watching. They have that shocking news week. Yeah, tell us about it, brother. That one was a banger, but it was reverse sweep. I don't want to be playing spoilers to you. That's going to conclude the stream for the day. Gil and I will be back for the grand finals, the upper bracket finals, all the above tomorrow. It's going to be a blast. It's Championship Sunday. I will promise you I will come back fully recharged tomorrow because I am getting some sleep after I eat after this.
You've earned it. You've earned it.
There you go. All right, we've all earned it. You guys take care. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you back same time, same place tomorrow. 4 matches. We start off with a banger. We see Sybarites for the first time this open qualifier. We see Undream yet again. Who will get the better of that matchup? Tune in to find out. It'll be here on the Bobby Plays stream channel. Make sure you say, hey, Bobby. Love you, Bobby. Have a fun trip in Germany, Bobby. We're going to hold down the fort for you, brother. You take care and have a good one. We will see you then.